Today we want to talk about the planetary alignment that just passed, the blood moon eclipse that just passed, how it relates to Trump, World War III, and humanity as a collective consciousness. All right, so there's a lot of people ain't talking about, but we don't mind. We'll talk about it. One thing we want to point out though, all major geopolitical shifts happen during major planetary alignments. Okay? All major geopolitical shifts, right, happen during major planetary alignments, and there's a reason for that. One thing we got to realize is that the word politic has the word pole in it. Let's give a shout out to Turtle Hustling KV for being the first person to sponsor today's broadcast. We're going to need quite a few sponsors today, but that's no problem because we got a quite big of a community, and I appreciate all of you all. People, let's realize that the word politics have the word pole in it for a reason. What if I told you everything that happens on a political stage is just what's happening within the collective consciousness of humanity? And the consciousness reside in an area what we call the central nervous system, okay? Let me get my other mic. Consciousness resides in the central nervous system, right? And the word politics has the word pole in it for a reason, people. Salutes to everybody in the building. See, it's all got to do with the central nervous system. We're going to call that the CNS, and we're going to say that that's consciousness. Right? CNS, consciousness. Now let's talk about politics, right? Politics is dealing with the pole, which is the central nervous system. But I'm going to show y'all what I think politics is all about. See, when we say the world is a stage, where is the script coming from? Let me give a big shout out to Sally McDermott. Thank you, Sally, for your continued support as always. The central nervous system is the North Pole. Politics, right? And here's the part that's going to get me in trouble. I always say something to get myself in trouble. The people on the world stage aren't really humans. In my opinion, in my theory, I believe that we're in a simulation. If you believe that the world around you is a simulation, right, and that we live in a real Matrix movie or Truman Show, all right, that we live in a real episode of They Live. If you believe that we're in a simulation, a computer program, a non-physical digital reality, drop a 1. If you're at a point in your life where you're redefining what physicality is, if you're understanding that the world around you isn't what we've been taught, if you're familiar with the concept of a simulation, or if you even think for one bit we may be in one, drop a 1. If we're in a simulation, hear me out. If we're in a simulation, humans ain't in charge. AI will be in charge. And that's just a fact. In a video game, the artificial intelligence or the computer rules the computer. You rule the real world. But once your real behind uploads your consciousness into a computer, you forfeit your power temporarily. You want to know how humans lost our power and what the fall of man is? It's us putting on a body. It ain't about putting clothes on because we thought we were naked in Eden. It's that our consciousness entered a body. And the body exists within the simulation, but the consciousness don't. The consciousness exists within the body, which allow the consciousness to experience the simulation through the body. But the consciousness isn't confined to the body or the world that the body is confined to. The consciousness is like a person peeking in a peephole of a door. They're not the door. The door is just a window, right? The peephole is just a window that allowed them to see into a reality they wouldn't have otherwise been able to see into. And the body is like a peephole to the soul. Let's give a shout out to Brud. Appreciate the love. I support all you do and everything you stand for. This great awakening is about to be so fun and power to those consciously shifting their own paradigm. Much love for that. Let's drop a. I got a quieter bomb. It's a little bit more quieter for y'all. Appreciate everyone's love and for being sponsors of today's broadcast. The fall from Eden had nothing to do with putting clothes on. It had something to do with consciousness acquiring an avatar. Every soul fell from Eden the moment it formed the avatar in the simulation and shifted its consciousness into it. And that's when you were born. When that happened, you lose your memory of you being a god. But you can't learn to be a god. You have to remember. And that's why we want to talk about awakening right now. We want to talk about awakening. When people say awakening, it's the fact that the God in us has been dormant, sleep, and there's a force around us that governs this earth. Its job is to keep that part of us asleep. And that part of us is what I was telling y'all about on a previous stream. It's the right brain. The right brain versus the left brain. So there's a war going on outside. And the war is for the soul of man. And it ain't, and what we talking about, the soul of man, is two different forces in the universe that's vying to get you to vote for them. So you have this artificial transhuman force, which is part of, that's our left brain. That's a whole nother version of us in a parallel reality that we call hell, that has tethered itself with heaven. This is what the yin yang is all about. Because again, like I said on the last stream, we don't live in one earth. We live in a paradox with two earths that merge together. And the lower self is in one and the higher self is in one. And this merging of the two forces is what caused the battle of Armageddon. Is why the conflict within is there, and the conflict within would play out without. The world is a stage, the sky is a mirror. But what we see in the sky reflect what we see on the world stage, and also reflect what's within the collective consciousness of every human. This is all important to understand why all major geopolitical shifts happen during major planetary alignments. And that's because planets aren't what you think they are. And now let's talk about today what planets are. Let me show you what they are and what the solar system is. You'll understand why major geopolitical shifts happen, right, during planetary alignments. Now, there are 7 planets, we're told, and we're going to pull those 7 planets up real quick for you guys, and we're going to talk about this alignment. So here are your 7 planets, and really, when they say that 7 planets are going around the sun, that's a lie, people. Let me give you the truth. See, The truth is that the solar system in the sky is also within you, which is why they said as within, so without. So all of those 7 planets ain't going around the sun. They're going around the central sun or the pineal gland or the light of creation or the North Pole, right? The pole. So let me show you the trick. The trick. See, the crown chakra is the highest chakra, and it's in the middle of all the other 7. And if you look at the crown chakra, it's not a part of the solar system. The crown chakra is the axis point for the solar system, meaning that all of your chakras are orbiting your body right now. Your chakras ain't just being still. But what we call the crown chakra, it's the only chakra that don't move. It's stationary, just like the North Star Polaris. Listen to me. Pay attention. The crown chakra is the brightest of all the chakras. Let's pull it up again. Now, what do they teach you about the solar system? They teach you that the sun is the brightest object in the solar system, but the solar system is the system that governs our soul or our energy and motion. Our emotional bodies are our chakras. The brightest chakra is the pineal one, the top one right here. And this chakra don't exist in the body like all the other chakras. All the other chakras are inside the body. But the crown exists outside the body, and guess what? The crown chakra don't move. It stays right there as the brightest shining star, right, that exists outside the body, people. And guess what? All the other chakras revolve around, they orbit around it. You see, this is the solar system. All the other 7 chakras are orbiting around the crown. And when that happens, it creates your auric field around your body. This is how humans get aura fields, right? So let me show you something real quick. Here go our auric fields. It's 7 of them. That sound familiar? They say that we have 7 Van Allen belts. And I'm finna teach y'all something very deep about these alignments, and what's happening on Earth is happening within us and how it relates to the simulation and our divine awakening. Right? So you have 7 chakras, but because these chakras are orbiting your body, you get an auric field, which is just a field that's made out of the 7 chakras constantly orbiting around you real fast. And it looks like this right here. Right? So the solar system, in the old days, it was said that every human is in the middle of the universe. And all of the stars in the sky are revolving around you. And that's true. Each one of us is in our own universe, but all of our universes are connected and tethered together for one online experience, just like online gaming. And when a player leaves the game, we call it death, but we know they ain't going nowhere. They just left the game. We're in a simulation, and there are other simulations in proximity to this one, and these are parallel realities. And one thing we need to know before we move forward is the planets we see in the sky are external organs of the self. So I'll go back to the whiteboard and I'll draw another diagram real quick and kind of explain what I mean here. The solar system that's above you is an extension of you. What you see in the sky is what's happening on Earth below. So watch this, right? Here you go right here. Oh, my bad. Let's move him over. Let's move him over. So right here. So look, here go your chakras. All of these are orbiting the body like this. Each of those chakras are, now what are those chakras doing while they wrap around the body? Those chakras that are orbiting around us are covering us in the veil. In other words, the entire world we see around us is coming from within us. And I'll show you a diagram right here. Your chakras are situated among your central nervous system, the spinal cord area. Right here, as we can see the energy flowing through the middle pole. But then once it flows through the middle, it flows around you. So the energy within us flows around us. And this is the very important part of the stream we need to pay attention to, because what you're looking at right now is the scientific diagram to represent as within, so without. And it also represents as above, so below. And you can see that, right? Because the energy is going from the inside to the outside, but as it flows from the inside to the outside, it also translates to as above, so below. Because what goes up comes back around again. This is what makes the law of karma a real law. In other words, the law of karma, people, listen to me. The law of karma is the law that takes all the energy in the universe and recycles it back through the torus field back to the sender. So whatever energy you sent out, you will get it back, but it'll be more refined. So if the energy was negative, you're going to get that energy back, but when you get it back, it's going to be that much negative. Everything that passes, right, through the middle of the torus comes back more refined, okay? It comes back more refined as it recycles through the middle pole point. So think about that, right? Because these alignments represent huge moments in the collective torus field that we all are creating with our own little bitty bubbles. Because what happened is, when all of our little bitty universes come together, we make one big tether verse together. And right, and that right there has its own personality. It has its own judgment to face. In other words, we all have an individual journey, and then there's a collective journey, right? And that's what we want to talk about today, because the collective journey represents each one's individual journey. The path everyone's trying to make it to is the same destination, folks. We just don't know how to get there. Everyone trying to get to heaven. And heaven is a state of being. And the universe is aiding us to get there, but it ain't gonna be comfortable. Because in order for us to go to heaven, heaven gotta come to us. In other words, heaven ain't a physical location. Heaven is a place we can create around us whenever we have it within us. No matter where we go, if hell is inside of us, hell will manifest around us. Heaven is a shift we got to make collectively. The reason we've been creating hell on earth is because look at this image right here. Think about this image. If this is a representation of collective consciousness, right? Then if everyone's inner world is full of chaos and negativity, when the energy flows through us and around us, that world will reflect outward. Most people on the world are in a chaotic state, a depressed state, a low vibrational state. And the universe, once it's so many of us with that kind of energy, it will shake things up to kind of get us out of this low vibrational state. And it won't be pretty. It's like this, right? If plants are having a hard time growing outside, what will nature do to help the plants grow? Nature will send a storm. Now, if the plants don't know no better, the plants will think, why is nature sending me more drama when I'm at my lowest point? I'm already struggling to get to where I'm trying to get in life. And in the midst of all this bullshit in my own life that I'm struggling with, here come a war breaking out. Here come a COVID disease. It's like I can't get a break. But what we don't recognize the break when it's coming, just like plants that's struggling to grow, they think nature just gonna snap its finger and boom, they growed up. Nope, nature gonna send them a storm. And why those plants struggling to grow already, now they gotta face a damn storm. Think about that plant and what that plant thinking when it's saying, listen, I'm already struggling to grow. Now nature gonna send me a damn thunderstorm? That's cold, right? That's messed up, right? No, that's a blessing in disguise. The plant don't know no better. It asks nature to help it grow, but it don't know what growth look like. It ain't comfortable. Nature gonna send your ass a thunderstorm, little plant. The moment you say, hey, nature, get me to my next level. Shift me to my next paradigm. I'm a little plant that's struggling to grow. Nature gonna send your ass a big bad thunderstorm, and it's sending you what you asked for, but you didn't know what you was asking for. So buckle up, enjoy the storm, because what comes after this storm is transformation. That's what comes after all of this. So how does this relate to the alignment? Because as a collective, what's inside of the collective is depression, frustration. Everybody looking for escape. We at a low point as humanity. And when things get to its lowest of lows, it's always at the end of a shift, right? We naturally get exhausted at the end of these shifts. And they know that, the people in power. So what's happening right now is we're at the end of a huge paradigm, an end of an age, basically, right? And that represents the end of an old version of ourselves that has to die. And I got news for you. That old version of yourself ain't gonna die peacefully. It's gonna fight the hell out of you to keep it alive. And the fight that we're all going through internally is being expressed externally in the stars and on a geopolitical stage, because the people in power are ancient non-player characters that are running out of script that we program into them to get us to the next phase. That's my theory. I believe that now a lot of people think the devil is in charge, right? They think that my theory is so crazy, right? But I think my theory make more sense than a red monster, ha 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 ha, in charge, right? I don't believe in boogeyman, but I believe in technology. I believe in transhumans. I believe in cyborgs. I believe in AI. Excuse me for being scientific, okay? You thought you was scientific till you met me, didn't you? You see, I'm way more scientific than y'all. Because when I say that I don't believe in green aliens from another planet, I believe in non-player characters inside of a simulation, that's too scientific for y'all. You want to give me the bull crap that ain't supported by science, which is aliens from another planet. That ain't supported by science. That's just a belief. And if a person say, Sanchez, you don't believe that it's other life out there? I just told you I did. I just don't think it's green man from outer space. Because why? If you agree with me, we live in a simulation, ain't no outer space. So there are no aliens. And that means that what we call in aliens would be non-player characters inside of this machine that we call Earth. Now, who ready to talk science? Told y'all, don't play with me. Y'all be thinking y'all really scientific till the conversation go this deep. Shout out to Miss Memphis. Thank you, Miss Memphis, for being a sponsor. of today's broadcast. Appreciate you. I believe that the people in power aren't human. They are advanced old world humanoids, indistinguishable from humans, and they don't have free will. They're running out of script that we wrote. And it's encoded in the Bible too. But the script is basically us programming our own storm to water us, to get us to our own next level. Everyone that came into this video game, we signed up to experience a horror film, okay? It ain't a fucking good movie, it's a horror film. It's one of those horror films where you survive in the end and then the credits roll out and this victory, oh, he beat the monster, he defeated the devil. And defeating the devil is your lower version, the version of you that AI want you to be. Your soul is creating is manifesting its own avatar in a simulation. But in order for your soul to exercise free will and have individual sovereignty over itself, you must operate out of the right side of your brain. The right side mean I'm in control, left side mean they in control. Because you are two different versions of yourself tethered together, and they're split right here in the middle. And when you vote for the left side or the left brain version, you don't control that version of yourself. The corporations do. That's your dead version, your puppet version, and that's the war that's going on right now. The version of the self that we're going to choose. And a lot of people think they woke and they're going to slowly shift and choose their lower version because it's comfortable. And that's the one most of the world going to choose. So we went over the two versions in the previous stream, right? And now I just want to speak to these alignments and what that means, right? Because what it is this. The 7 planets that align, those are 7 stargates that lead into 7 parallel realities. And in those 7 parallel realities are 7 versions of yourself. And each version of yourself is fighting each other but right now is a shift. It's a transitional shift moment in the universe. Whether we like it or not, the universe is a shift going on, and that's what that alignment represent, right? So let me show you what I mean here. When those planets lined up, we bombed Iran. And us bombing Iran represent the beginning of a war inside of us and outside of us. See, when we bombed Iran on the day of the alignment, that was a spiritual sign. And I'm going to show you what the sign is, because you bomb Iran on a planet on a day that 7 planets align. Now watch this. Here you go right here. Now watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to show you something real quick. Let me draw this out. So you probably seen this before in plenty ancient concepts. Here go the alignment right here. The 7 planets that align represent 7 versions of you that exist in 7 parallel realities. All of them are distinct versions of you, but when they all align together and come in proximity, they all fighting for there's a war going on. They're all fighting for you to shift to which one you gonna shift to. When these 7 planets come together in proximity, They all are giving off an energy and a vibration and an aura. And each of those 7 planets being in proximity, they are kind of fighting each other in conflict, like who's they screaming, because when the 7 planets come in alignment, each one is fighting for your attention right here. They screaming, hey, listen to me. No, listen to me. No, listen to me. It's a war going on because each version want you to shift to them. Our universe is facing a shift right now to where the old world is passing away and a new world is coming into being. That's what the Bible spoke about in Revelation. Let me get a mic check. Drop a 1, y'all. Let me get a mic check real quick because I want to make sure y'all can hear me on the shirt mic. But the book of Revelation talk about the old world passing away, the new world coming into fruition. The old you is in the old world and the new. These are 7 possibilities that you can transform into right now. The 7 planet alignment represents 7 different versions of you, and you can merge to any one of those realities right now. There's a portal open right now. And anytime you open up this portal, energy is released. That's why it's symbolic of when an alignment happened, boom, we bomb Iran, because energy has to be released during this alignment. Let me show you another way to look at it so you can see I'm not making it up. During this alignment, there's an explosion, and I'm going to show you what it looked like. Here it is right here. Look. This is the Big Bang. When the 7 chakras align, all of that energy of each chakra, boom, is like they're crashing into each other. That 7 planetary alignment, even though the planets don't physically touch each other, their energy fields crash and clash. You have 7 planets in proximity of each other. It's like 7 radios playing 7 different songs, and they battle and turning them up the loudest to see which one we're going to dance to. But because you got 7 radios playing different songs at the same time in proximity to each other, things get louder suddenly. You see what I'm saying? And that's why during this alignment, there's a lot of chaos going on. You see, things get loud suddenly during this alignment. Think about it. There are 7 world superpowers leading us to World War III. 7 planets just aligned. 6 planets, 6 superpowers, 7, 6, same thing. But if you look at the alignment of the chakras, they create this hyperboloid shape, which is the shape of an explosion, folks. Okay? When the 7 chakras, let me show you this again. Let me show you this again. Here is what the 7 chakras are doing. See, each of these chakra bands is just its own layer of the mushroom cloud, but it's an explosion. When those 7 planets lined up, there was a loud explosion, but we couldn't hear it. It's outside of our audible reality. But that explosion permeated in our physical audible reality as America bombing Iran. It's all spiritual, people. Now watch this, right? These 7 bands around the body resemble an explosion. Look at what I gave you here. The diagram shows what the energy around our body look like. See, because each version of the self is circling around you, yelling at you, saying, be me, be me, be me. Right? Each of these little fellas in their little universe, when the alignment happened, ever since the alignment happened, we've now are being bogarted by all of our other selves, just like the movie Us. It's just like the movie Us. When that alignment happened, 7 different other versions of you showed up, and now they're in proximity to you right now. And that's going to cause a lot of conflict within us, because not only is there an alignment, there's a war, there's a blood moon. We're in Mercury retrograde right now. So there's a lot going on. Now, what we got to realize is that each of these versions circling around you right now makes it look like a bomb, y'all. This is what you look like. You are your own explosion. But every time this bomb goes off, this alignment happens, this explosion take place, a portal is open. Now, how do you open up something? One way is to blow it up and blow a hole in it, right? So on a cosmic level, there is a portal open right now, but I'm showing you how the portal got open. We blew it open with the alignment of our chakra bands. We're doing this internally, and it's playing out externally. Why are we doing it internally? It's a time right now. At this time in the universe is a transitional shift, right? And that means that whether we like it or not, right? Our other versions have showed up just like the movie Us and made the best version win, whether you like it or not. Because in the movie Us, didn't nobody ask for their other version to just pop up unannounced. And that's what we're experiencing right now with this alignment. So when your other versions pop up, all hell gonna break loose on the earth. And that's what happened. We're at the brink of World War III, symbolized with this alignment. And it's an internal conflict that is being acted out externally. The people on the world stage are the stars. And what they are doing is acting out the story of the stars on the world stage. And they're not human. They're just AI running a program called the heavens. And that's why they're the stars on the stage that everybody looking at. Because we didn't do nothing but create a layered interface for the stars when we got dumbed down. Meaning, when we failed and got dumb and we stopped studying the stars, some smart guy turned the movement of the stars into humanoids acting out the script of the heavens. That's why astrotheology is a thing. That's why Jesus is just acting out the path of the sun. It's all talking about the chakras and the emotional energies within man, because that's how people can predict how we're going to be acting right now. How you think all of the ancients knew that we were going to be doing everything we doing right now? Because it's written in the stars. And if you don't like what you're doing right now, you got the power to break the script. That's what the portal open right now means. We got the power right now at this time to say, you know what? I don't like the script that I've been acting out. Hand me another script to act out, because this last script that I've been acting out for the past phase of my life, it ain't really getting me in the direction I fully want to go. It got me good enough, right? But I'm saying I need to make a sharp turn right here, because this version of me is going this way. And I know that the idea that I got for myself to be greater is this way. Now, this version of me did its job, right? But we've reached the point where I'm knowing I can do better than what this version has got me, and it ain't gonna get me no further. So at this point, I gotta change now. I've milked this version of myself long as I can milk it, and that's true for everyone right now. The universe saying, I know you like who you are, but you had an idea and a destination that you wanted to be, and the version of yourself you are right now wasn't the Uber that's gonna get you there, right? You're gonna take a couple of Ubers, and the first one gonna drop you off somewhere. The second one gonna drop you off somewhere. Ultimately, you'll get to where you're going, but it'll be through a series of Ubers, not just one taking you straight there. So you're gonna shed skins. That means you gonna switch Ubers, goddammit. So the universe ain't gonna let you stay the version of yourself you are. You know why? You asked the universe that you wanna be your greatest version. So you gotta quit being so clingy to who you are right now, because this just a temporary version of you. In order for you to be your greatest version, you shift through temporal versions or temples. Let me give a shout out to Brud once again, said what a bomb at. I don't like this bomb. I'm gonna go back to the other bomb, y'all let me know. But there go the bomb, man. Salutes to appreciate the love. Shout out to Jewel for being a member as well. So all major geopolitical shifts, right? They happen during major planetary alignments. Those who scripted reality did this intentionally and strategically so that during the times we should be looking up, we're looking down. So right now, everyone is supposed to be feeling a lot of influential energy from these 7 wandering stars that are in proximity to Earth based on this alignment. You should be feeling the frequency bogarting of all these energies. And I am, because guess what? Ever since this alignment, my passion to write music is in overdrive. My passion to teach and to make videos is in overdrive. My passion to work out, my passion to be a good family member. All of these different layers of myself are like fighting for my attention. And it's actually a beautiful thing because I don't have enough time in the day and I'm enjoying the hell out of myself because I'm making beats, I'm rapping, I'm writing poetry, I'm making YouTube videos, and all these different layers of myself are just in overdrive right now at the same time. Like I'm working on an album, a documentary, a book, and I'm working on all that shit at one time and I feel overwhelmed. It's fun, it's good, I'm never bored, but it's tiring because it's a fight for me to balance my energy. It's a fight for me to balance like which one of these I'm gonna do at any given time. So all of these are like different layers of yourself, right? That are battling for your attention, for you. And it ain't a bad thing, it's just that you have so much things to do, but you're only one person at a time. But that, let me change that because we ain't one person at a time. What I'm trying to say is you only got so much time in a day is what I'm trying to say. But you're so many different versions of the self, and that's what the battle is. We're fighting time or Chronos, Saturn, Satan. Each version of the self want to manifest its will right now through the body. And what's going to happen is you're going to have to assign a divine order to each version based upon a new priority list that you assigning right now. That's what this alignment represents. It represents nature forcing us to order our own inner chaos. But that's going to play out in the external world too. So it's so much to get done. And in order for you to do it, you got to be organized. And organizing the self is basically you realigning the chakras. So when these planets come together and they line up, that is nature saying, here you go. Here is all your fucking versions. I'm giving you a pocket of time right now to realign them in the order that you want. So check this out, right? Nature hooking us up right now, but it's going to be chaotic, right? Because each of these versions is going to be reordered. I may say, look, I want my teacher to be number 1 on my priority list, right? I want my music and my rap version number 2. I want to put this number 3. You finna assign a new hierarchical list to all of your spiritual bodies. That's going to be chaotic because each version gonna say, I want to be number one. Put me at the top of the priority list, right? And as you realign these chakras into your new hierarchical priority list that best suits your new version you trying to be, because the old alignment don't make sense no more, people. The way we had our chakras aligned, that worked to get us where we at now. That ain't gonna work moving forward. So this alignment is basically nature saying, look, come up with a new pattern for yourself, a new alignment, and that's gonna be a new version of you. You have 7 different versions of you. How you order them dictate which version of you are. You're neither of these versions is what I'm telling you. You are the culmination of the hierarchy of all of them together, like Captain Planet, when all the Planeteers come together. So you're neither of these versions, but you're all of them. The dude in the middle, who he is based upon the order of these chakras. So let's say let me just do another demonstration real quick. So who you can be is endless. The combinations are infinite, because you can align these in an infinite amount of ways to create a many different versions of yourself. And they all will be familiar because they just a different realigning of all your energies. So we're neither of these, but we're all of them, if that make any sense. It's a paradox, and who this guy is in the middle is based upon how we arrange these. So he can be a number of different versions based upon the arrangement of these. So at this time, nature is saying, here, I'm going to give you all of your versions in your hand so you can realign them. And once you make a new arrangement for these, nature going to take them back and that's going to be your new version for a minute. This is a beautiful time because it's a reset. Everything on earth is redefining itself. America won't even be the same. Humans won't even be the same. Social lifestyle won't look the same. Even transportation won't look the same past this shift. Everything beyond this point will redefine itself. And if you don't, you get left behind. It ain't really like the universe asking you, it's forcing you. It's kind of like we playing a game and the dealer is saying, okay, everybody, give me back all the cards I dealt you so I can shuffle the deck again and redeal a new hand. You don't have a choice. If you playing the game, you got to hand over your cards to the dealer and let the dealer reshuffle the deck and deal them back out again. That's a reset. You need a new hand to play. You need a new set of problems to solve. You need a new paradigm to get you to a new, right? We've been traveling in a certain direction, but now it's time to turn to get to where we're going. And this is what the turning point is, a realignment, a redefining of the self. And that's going to play out. And see, the thing about this whole time is that the people in power got to reset the earth, because every single individual soul is redefining who it is. If they built the system based upon who we were, then the moment everyone shift their consciousness, the people in power got to recreate the system that govern us too. So at the same time we see these huge planetary alignments, they are synonymous with huge consciousness shifts and turmoil and chaos, and I'm showing you why. The people in power know what time it is. They are racing to get to know our new versions so that they can control them like they did with our old versions. And what that looked like is a war to keep you to stay your old version, because that way they don't got to do no extra work. They don't got to get reacquainted with your new self. They can keep controlling this old profile and template that they can predict everything about him, right? So at this time, there's a war, and the war is basically the people in power trying to make everyone hold on to their old, outdated version. But at the same time, the universe is tugging on us saying, nope, I need you to become somebody else. You need to make a change. And so the people in power ain't really at war with each other. It ain't about the US versus Iran. It's really man versus mankind and good versus evil. It's really those who want to embrace this good change that's coming and those who want to maintain the old world status quo and the old earth that's fading away. If you agree with that, you're going to get tossed into the lake of fire with the beast. And the lake of fire ain't a real lake of fire. It's just it's a repetitive cycle of a time warp. It's like deja vu. Same old shit. But those of us who tired of this system and we want something better, the universe is opening up a portal right now for us to redefine who we are. And the new version of us will enter a new reality. All of these realities are true right now, and that's why it's so much war on the earth. It's so much war right now because there are 6 different realities playing out, and all of them are true right now. And it's because with that alignment, all of these parallel realities came in proximity to our reality. And it's going to cause a lot of conflict because each of these realities are true and they're all close together in proximity. And it's like, I'm true, I'm true, I'm true, I'm true. But this dude in the middle is saying, hey, there can only be one truth. And that's the universe forcing you to choose your new version. And that's like saying, choose my new truth, right? All of these are true. All of these worlds around us is true. But which one represents where you are right now and the path that best defines where you at right now in your paradigm? Because this version of you that I'm talking to, it no longer can go forward. It has to, you're a snake and you got to shed your skin right now. And the universe is saying, okay, Mr. Snake, you shedded your skin. Now here goes 7 other skins for you to put on. Which outfit you want to wear moving forward, right? Now, a lot of people who don't want to change their outfit, they going to smell bad. They going to stink. They're going to have a lot of stains on them moving forward in the new world. So we going to a whole nother club on a whole nother night out with the fellas, and your homeboy show up with last Friday's outfit on, and it got the same vomit stain on it when he passed out on the Hennessy. Think about that. There's a lot of people moving into the new world wearing their same outdated version. And it's like once we make this shift and you see everybody done change clothes and they got fly as hell. Everybody got new outfits on that's appropriate for this new club we at. We ain't, last week have passed. This a whole nother weekend. We at another club. We in another city, night out with the fellas. You need another new outfit. And what's the thing about outfits? 2 rules. Put on something we never saw before, and it need to look good. That's it. That's all the universe telling you to do. The universe is saying you need to redefine who you are right now, and the new version need to look better than last week's outfit. The people that ain't got a new outfit on when we get into this new club, ain't nobody gonna be caring about them. And like, think about it. If you keep going to wearing the same shit No one is going to look at you like, oh, he got some fresh on. So the universe is saying, look, change your fit. The world used to seeing you wearing that version of you, and it's outdated. People saw you wear that so many times, and it got a lot of stains on it. It's dirty. Take that shit off, put some new shit on. That's all that this time is. Now, just like a kid that don't like to bathe and don't like to clean up behind himself, nature gonna fight you to take them dirty ass clothes off. And get in the shower, son. And on a spiritual level, it's chaos to get these kids to take a bath and to change clothes. And on a spiritual level, it's the same shit. Nature already know that if nature politely asked us, hey, excuse me, humanity, would everyone politely transform themselves, please? Your old version is outdated and we are currently updating our versions. Thank you. If you think people are changed like that, you a fool. Nature already, the universe already know that humans like repetition and patterns. That's the trick of Saturn. We like predictable behavior. We've been trained for that. But that don't work in our favor. So the universe already built inside of this shit little bitty alarm clocks to make humanity wake up. And that ain't comfortable, just like an alarm clock. Just like a child that want to go to sleep in the play clothes. They don't want to take a shower and change into the jammies and do it the right way. And that's the same discomfort. That child is comfortable. It don't want to change for real. Regardless if the shit dirty, it's comfortable though, you know? So same thing with us children. Our old version is dirty, but it's comfortable. I know it is predictable. It fits me well. I know when it does it, but it ain't your best version. So just like that child, you gotta change, man. And nature gonna have to force your ass to take this bath, just like them little dirty kids. You ain't gonna do it willingly. Nature know that. It's built into the system to force humanity and sign the alarm clock so that they can wake up, because them kids ain't gonna get out the bed on their own. It's wishful thinking to think that your kids gonna get up for school on time without no alarm clock. And it's wishful thinking to think humans gonna wake up on time without no cosmic alarm clock. Something to shake you, to make you uncomfortable. That's the only way you're gonna get them out the bed. And so you need to embrace the discomfort. Just like a person working out to get stronger, they embrace the discomfort. And look at what it does to that arm. Look at that. It start to mold that thing. Look at that. I ain't always been like that. I got a lot more to go. But I'm just saying, the discomfort. You start to say, the more discomfortable it feels, the more of it I want. Give me some more of this discomfort. I can't take no more of the fucking discomfort shit. But that's how you get stronger though. You know, on a spiritual level, it's the same shit. How much of this heartbreak I can take. How much of this depression and frustration. I can't take no more. And then you tap out, but guess what? You got stronger. You work into muscle failure. And that's on a spiritual level too. No pain, no gain. You know the rules. Make sure y'all like and share the video. So the sky is showing us order, not chaos. The ground showing us chaos because, again, This alignment puts all of the versions of the self in proximity, and they're in conflict. The chaos we see playing out is just the fact that there are 7 parallel realities in proximity to each other, and each one of them is true. So it's a battle. Which reality are we going to move into moving forward? See, they lied to y'all, right? Let me explain something to you. Reality isn't concrete. It isn't static. It isn't set. We shift realities. Now, scientists are just figuring that out. They're figuring out the fact that we don't live in one universe. We shift between multiple universes at certain times. Now, drop a 1 if you're a nerd like me and you know that, because a lot of folks, they don't really research a lot. I may be giving them a new concept right now, but your old way of understanding reality is outdated. Even the scientists that I hate and despise agree now that we are shifting in between multiple timelines. It's becoming a normal concept. But see, this was something the Mayan and all them been talking about. And we just now figured it out like we smart as hell. This old stuff to the ancients. So reality ain't set in stone. It's multiple realities and all of them true. And they all shift in and out at different times, and you become different versions at different paradigms in your life. And that, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. And this represents another shift right now where a new reality is coming in to replace the old one. And what's so beautiful about this shift, we're conscious of it. We haven't been conscious of previous shifts. And what being conscious allow us to do during this shift is consciously decide who we want to be, versus all of the previous shifts that we experienced prior to our awakening. We never made the choice to transition to an alternative version. We was the people showing up in the club with last week's outfit on. And that's why we ain't been getting no respect in the world. It's our time to shine now. All asleep folks, the world treats you like a homeless man, no matter how good you look. It's because spiritually you're in debt. You're on Skid Row. And the whole thing about that is what you feel like spiritually is what people look like physically on Skid Row when you're in ignorance. That's why all the ignorant sheep will get treated low class in society. The gurus, the enlightened people, is almost like a certain respect that the world has to roll out for them, even if it don't like them. Even if it don't like them. So the whole thing about this time is that we're going to consciously decide who we want to be, how we want to be it. That ain't never happened before. You're about to exercise some power right now you never knew you had, and you're going to see why that power is so important and why during these alignments, the people on the stage, they got to do what we programmed them to do, which is hit the chaos button, because the ancestors know we would get too comfortable at the end of all these ages, because shit has been going a certain way for hundreds and thousands of years. So when an age shift come, everybody like business as usual, same old shit. And now all of a sudden, everything is being changed. The systems, the technology, and the people. That's going to be chaotic, right? So it's also going to be necessary. But there's a reason all these alignments happen during chaos. It's because we're in a simulation, and the stars are the script behind the simulation. Nothing we see on the world stage is free will people using free will. It's non-player characters acting out an ancient script. And when they complete the script, it just starts over from the beginning and it's like repeat, repeat, repeat. So this earth have been reset a lot of times and the script just start back to the first page and the AI, they just keep acting the script out. So it's like our ancestors created a simulation and they put artificial intelligence in charge and they gave artificial intelligence a script to act out on the stage so that the new souls could react to the script. That's the game we playing. How you react and respond or don't react dictate which kind of soul you are. And the children that keep reacting to the AI, they fell in the class. The children that's saying, wait a minute, I had deja vu, something ain't right about this place. The ancestors on the other side clapping it up like they passed the fucking test. You see what I'm saying? This is a game. Can't nobody break you out the simulation. The only thing that can get you out is your own awareness and the spirit of inquisition. And that's what the people like us gain right now. You have been dying over and over, being recycled back into this place. That's what deja vu is. This time when we die, we're breaking the time loop. Because we never died a conscious death. We always died believing the bullshit about ourselves, and we always died in a certain level of paradigm that wouldn't allow us to cross our consciousness over to our greater version. This time when we die, this version of ourselves is the version that's gonna die saying, the state of mind you're going to die in is different than your previous ones. Because let's just say you died as a regular Christian, believing in heaven and hell, in fear, and you died a certain version of yourself. And that version of yourself is so drenched in ignorance, it can't pass on to the next realm. So you reincarnate and live this life over. And you have deja vu. You like, wait a minute, I did this before. And until you outgrow that version of yourself, you're going to keep getting born again and reincarnating, acting this script out again. And what's going to make you break free from this simulation is when you break free from the version of yourself that is bound to this earth. There are multiple earths. And if you want to choose a new version of, choose a new earth to live in, you got to shift your consciousness to a new version of yourself that's already there in that earth. It ain't like you're going to physically leave this earth and go to another earth. You're going to shift your consciousness to a new reality. And you will be in a whole other earth when you do that, and you will be in another version of the self. The world around you guys, this is what I want to tell you, because I don't know if this is sinking in. Because we live in a simulation, the world around us can be edited. In other words, because we live in a simulation, nothing is absolute. Things can be our reality is moldable and malleable. And what makes it that is the fact that we don't have one reality. We have multiple realities that are playing out simultaneously. And what makes reality moldable is our ability to shift between realities at any given time. Meaning, we're not bound to one reality. And just like a dream, if you're dreaming and you're having a nightmare, how do you leave the dream? You shift your consciousness out of it. I used to do it as a baby, as a boy. I would have nightmares, and when it get too hard, you just ball up and you leave. You just shift up out of that dream. We're doing that right now. This alignment represent us waking up. This alignment represent everything before this alignment is like a dream that we've been in. And we've been complaining in that dream like, this is a nightmare. This ain't going my way. So just like a dream, we shift our consciousness out the dream into another reality. And we say, man, so glad I left that dream. And everything you've been before this alignment is like one dream. And what this point of time represent is us waking up from the dream, deciding which reality we want to shift to because we was complaining that this was a bad dream. So we're at the point where we wake up from the bad dream and say, where do I want to go now? Okay, I'm out of that bad dream. Where do I want to go now? And that's what this alignment represents, because what you calling a bad dream was just you living out one version's reality. You've been in this avatar, in this universe for the past, let's say 25, 40 years, however long you've been developing your paradigm and consciousness, and you've outgrown this guy. You've complaining at the end of his journey how much he don't serve you no more, but he did his job. He got you to the end. And at the end of this journey is signified with complaints. People start complaining about the government, complaining about the food, complaining about the water, complaining about society. And basically what we're doing is we're looking outside of us at problems that is playing out inside of us, because the version of ourselves that we are has served its purpose. And it's just like a car that you've drove for 30 years, and now the car is breaking. It is breaking every day. Some need to be fixed on it. So the end of this car's journey is signified with a bunch of complaining. Because you're saying, man, I need new tires. Man, I need a new windshield. I need a new radio. Eventually, guess what you say? Fuck it, man, I just need a new car. This car have served me for so long, and I've changed so many parts on it. But at this time, God damn it, I just need a new car. And we reach a point where we can no longer fix the car. It served its job. It's time to change cars now. And that's the point in the universe we're at now. The version of you that you've been, you've drove it the hell out of this thing, man. You can't fix it no more. It's done its job, and it's time for a new version. And so you know that. That's why you complaining so much, like the dude with the old ass car. So all of the complaints and discomfort is just the universe saying, hey, man, get you a new car, man. All right. Everything you bitching about is your outdated car. That noise you tired of hearing, that's your brakes squeaking, right? You complaining that the car won't stop when you hit the brakes. It keep going a little bit. Well, it's outdated. Everything about this place is outdated, and it's time for a better version. And the universe ain't doing nothing but saying, listen, the car you driving right now, you need to change it. And what the universe is doing is saying, here you go. Here goes 6 other cars in your garage. Pick one that's suitable for where you trying to go next. And so right now, we're at the point in the universe now where we walking around our little garage saying, okay, what do I want to drive today? And you're going to make that choice based on where you want to go. Some of y'all saying, look, well, my next destination is the beach, so I'm taking a drop top. Some of y'all saying, well, my next destination it's a camping trip, so I'm going to take the Land Rover, right? So right now we're switching vehicles because we're switching destinations. The car that we've driven thus far was only to get us to a certain checkpoint. And at this checkpoint, there's a turn in the road, and that turn is symbolic of us changing vehicles as well, because where we about to go next, we can't take the same vehicle. And that's what this alignment represents. Everyone that don't change vehicles, they ain't gonna get nowhere. Because let's say we've been driving cars, right? But this next shift is water. So you need a boat now. Everybody that's still showing up in cars, they gonna drown because we changing the boats now. So the universe changing, and now it's gonna force you to change how you move in this new world. So you need to craft a version of yourself that's compatible for the world we moving into. And that's very beautiful. It's nothing to be scared of. It's divine intervention, because the powers that be is shifting gears. They're creating a new world that's going to be more tyrannical, more authoritative. And so the universe is coming in saying, hey, your enemies is raising a game up now. They raising the ante. So the universe coming in and say, hey, let's send in your new version, because they're trying to create a new system to overpower everyone spiritually. But the system they building only can work on the version of you that you are right now. That's why if people don't change and transform right now, they're going to be victims of this new system that's coming. The universe working on our behalf. The universe is saying, okay, the enemy getting clever and he upping his game. And the universe is saying, okay, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to send in you some better versions to pick from. If we don't take the divine intervention, we can't blame nobody but ourselves, people. Help showed up and we didn't realize it. There's a portal open, and the universe has that open for you to choose your next version, and make the choice wisely, because everyone see where the world going, and the version of you that you have been, it's gonna get railroaded in a new world. So the universe is saying, I can't let them go out like that. Let me send them in some new versions to choose from, because I can't let my babies stay the same version of themselves in this new world, because they're going to get taken advantage of. So the universe is, that alignment is divine intervention. It's the universe saying, look, you need to up your ante too, because your enemy up in his ante. And the universe said, I don't know who you want to be, where you want to go moving forward. You do, and you know all the obstacles that the enemy putting in your way. The current version of yourself cannot avoid the enemy's obstacles moving forward. You have to change the version of yourself, who you are, in order to be able to hurdle and dodge the enemy's obstacles moving forward. It's that simple. And the universe basically coming in with the platter open saying, hey, here go your 6 new versions. Pick one, buddy. Make sure you pick one that's appropriate for where we're going now. And then the universe gonna put the top back on them, snatch that thing back. And after that, we going into a new paradigm. We going into it, and then you gotta wait on the next alignment where you can change avatars and shift like a video game and select your character. But when you selecting your character, the video game don't let you take all day. Say the video game will give you 10 seconds, 15 seconds to choose your character. And if you don't choose it after that, then it'll just pick somebody for you. And the universe the same way. If when these alignments come and you still straddling the fence, right? And you don't know for sure if you want to let go of your old version and become a new version, if you take it all day, the universe gonna say, okay, just stay. Let's give him some more time to make his mind up. And for now, just keep him his old version. The universe gonna say, just keep him exact, freeze him in time right now to the next planetary alignment. And you gonna stay your old ass version in this new ass world, and it's gonna be outdated. You ain't gonna it's gonna be hell for you, bro. You got to be willing to let go of who you is right now. And you gotta make your mind up, bro. This who the fuck I'ma be. This who I wanna be. This who I'm choosing. Let's get it. This my it got to be a conscious, it can't be no doubt. Like, you got to know, okay, just like me, it ain't no doubt at all. I know who the fuck I want to be moving forward and all that. I done chose, listen, nature put the platter up in front of me. I said, I like him. Give me him. That's who we been. He gonna get me where I need to be, move forward. Ain't no guessing. Ain't no scratching my head. It's as simple as, hey, you making a damn peanut butter sandwich. Do you want the butter knife or the steak knife? The butter knife. That ain't hard. We driving and we traveling on water today. Do you want the boat or the car? It ain't really a hard decision. So the people who stand there and take forever to choose, the universe know that they still got a lot of self-learning to do on how to move, when to move, and shit like that. Like, you're learning which version of yourself you need to be when you need to be that version. In other words, people, they lied to y'all. We're shapeshifters. They're not. What does it mean to be a shapeshifter? That means you looking at one version of Sanchez right now, but tomorrow I can be a whole nother version of myself, giving you a different kind of energy from Sanchez that's still my energy, but you ain't never knew it was in me. I did. I just ain't harness it and display it like that to y'all yet, because I'm too busy giving you my sacred geometry, syncretism, and all that. You feel me? So there are other yous waiting to be released and displayed to the world, and you decide which version shine at whatever given time. We're learning how to shapeshift. We're learning how to shift through the multiple versions of the self when it's appropriate for us, to benefit us, for our own benefit. Because you don't lose the old version. Again, you're just reordering the hierarchy. The old you ain't going nowhere. It's just like a deck of cards. He may go to the end of the deck, but he's still in the deck, right? I can pull him up to the top if I need him. And that's what we're doing. Why is it this time is teaching us that? Because it's going to be hard to let go of our old version. But when we accept the new version, we'll realize we never lost the old version. We just ordered the hierarchy appropriately for this new time. And that your old version can't be number one on this list moving forward. You ain't going to lose yourself. You're reordering it. Changing the hierarchy. In other words, it's not a loss of power. It's a shift of power. It's called a power shift. And these alignments represent great power shifts. But it is happening inside of us too. Because there's a change of order, a reordering of the hierarchy. And this guy, if he was number one, well, with this new reordering of the hierarchy, he may become number 6. And guess what? He's not going to like that. Okay? He's going to be pissed off. Now check this out. This version of you that was number 6 over here, You may say, you know what? We need to move him to number one moving forward. He going to be a number one. He's going to be happy. He's going to be sad. So like the Bible said, the first going to be last, the last going to be first. When we reorder this, the cosmos, because we're realigning the stars in the sky, y'all, by realigning the shit within. That's how powerful you are. And with the change of order, the happy you's gonna be sad, and the sad you's gonna be happy. The first gonna be last, the last gonna be first. This guy who was number one, when I reorder myself and realign my chakras, his happy, he ain't gonna be happy no more. He gonna be sad because we gotta move him to number 6, right? And this dude that was number 6, he was sad at the bottom. And guess what we telling him now? It's your time to shine, buddy. We calling you into the game. It's your time to come into the game. We subbing you in. You number 1 right now. And he gonna get happy as hell. So this inner conflict, we can feel it in us. We can feel it around us. There's a change of power, and certain layers of the self are getting sad, while other layers of the self are waking up, getting excited. And that's this dynamic of power within our emotional body that is being projected in the world too. With all of the chaos going on outside, we still are waking up, finding time to quiet ourselves and get these little aha enlightenment moments. And that's what I just told you. When you get pissed off, that's the layers of yourself that are being bumped down the hierarchy. The part of you that's getting pissed off, them the versions of you that was number 1, and they getting pissed off because you moving them down the hierarchy. You bumping them down to number 6. And the parts of you that light up and get happy, them the parts of you that was number 6, and you bringing them up to number 1 now. You see? So this is, you're reordering your own spiritual bodies based upon a priority list that's suitable for where we going in the world right now. And so as we make this shift, certain layers of the self are going to feel like it's going to be certain energies within you that are kind of low and gloomy. But then on the flip side, it's going to be things that kind of like, hell yeah. And it's this good and evil, war of good and bad, happiness and sadness. Because these dual realities are all true at one time. Because during this reset time, it's true, right, that we're in a time of great happiness and enlightenment. But it's also true that we're in a time of chaos. Because check this out, why it's a paradox, right? Let's go back to the plant example. If plants are struggling to grow because ain't no water, it's a desert out there, so ain't no plants growing, right? So nature say, I'm going to bless these plants. I'm going to send a huge thunderstorm. Now, guess what? While the thunderstorm is taking place, the plants are going to be scared because it's a lot of thunder. It's a lot of lightning. The water is beating them up. And during this time of fear and discomfort, it's also a time of rejoicing. Why? Because the same thing that's causing me discomfort is going to be the reason I grow when it's done. So think of a plant in the desert. The plant in the desert knows that it needs a thunderstorm to help it grow, but it knows that to be in the midst of that storm is going to be uncomfortable. So what the plant needs to get it to its next level is going to make it uncomfortable. So it's a paradox to where it will create a moment in the plant's life where there's great suffering, but also great rejoicing. And that's a damn paradox, right? How the hell am I happy and sad at the same time? I'm showing you how. It's the plant in a thunderstorm. The plant in a thunderstorm is happy and sad. Just think about it a minute. Let it sink in. The plant is sad because it's in this violent thunderstorm, but it's happy because it's in this thunderstorm, you know? You see what I'm saying? Drop a one if y'all feel what I'm saying. Because that's what we're the plant in the thunderstorm right now. And the storm gonna be scary, uncomfortable, but you ask for water. That's the paradox of our reality right now. We're plants in a thunderstorm. And every time those plants need watering and those plants are asking for water, it's because those plants trying to grow and transform and get to their next level. And when they ask for water, Aquarius coming. And trust me, when Aquarius come, you ask for water, you're going to get lots of it. You're going to get lots of it. So every time humanity reaches a maturing point to where we ready to go to the next level of our growth, nature sends the water. And the water looks chaotic. It looked like wars and diseases and all that. It's because when we ask for nature to get us to the next level, it has to shake us and wake us. And okay, you want to get to the next level? Send in World War IV for them motherfuckers. Your next greater version is only going to be manifested through pressure, like a diamond. So whenever you say, recreate me into a more beautiful diamond than what I am right now, you're asking for more pressure. You're a diamond, right? And you're telling the universe, make me more beautiful. And guess what the universe gonna do? Send more pressure. See, more pressure for the diamond. But you getting what you asked for, right? So every time us diamonds want to be more beautiful, the universe say, squeeze on them a little harder. Give them some more pressure. And I can prove that. I can prove that every time there's an alignment going on within the human consciousness, it's coincided with an alignment in the sky and great cataclysms on Earth. So tonight we looking at something that's captured human imagination for thousands of years, because these planetary alignments aren't to be looked at in a shallow way. It ain't just a headlines, a story about 6 planets lining up, right? We want to talk about the actual astronomical events and how they're associated with the deeper psychological and cultural patterns that repeat when the sky draws our attention over the generations, over the years. Let me clear my nose. Hold on a second. So first, let's understand what a planetary alignment is, now that I've got all that out the way. It's a planetary parade, they call it. It does not mean that the planets form a perfect straight line in space. It's just that they're all in alignment on there. Because if you think about the firmament domes, we're in the lowest world. And there are worlds over us with their own shit orbiting in their atmosphere. When we look at these alignments, we're looking at the luminaries in our Earth aligning itself with luminaries in parallel realities. And I'll show you an image so you can see what I mean here. God, right here. So every human's their own, think about this, right? All of us are in the middle of the universe, but every single human got their own chakra bodies. And basically what this means is that the sky is gonna align, and every human on Earth is going to witness this reset and alignment within our own chakras. but it means something different for every individual. It represents a different trend. It means this point forward, everybody with a soul got to transform. But what I'm telling you is that, like, how can I put it? Everyone's experience going to be unique to get them to their end goal. So when you look at this model that I'm showing here, when the ancestors were saying we're all in the middle of the universe, it's saying it's our own individual experience, but also there's a collective experience. The collective experience means everyone right now witnessed the alignment. And that's the universe telling everybody to wake up right now. That's the collective experience. But that's like your mama coming into the room telling everybody it's time to wake up, get up out the bed. But she ain't telling you how to get out the bed, which side of the bed to get out on, what to put on when you get out the bed. She just saying, wake up. That's the collective message. That's the collective experience. But what that means to each of us is different. We define it, you see. So this is the universe, but it represents how this is the macro reality. But the micro reality of this is your spinal cord with the chakras. See, look at this right here. This is the macro verse. And what this is what I've been showing you right here. It's the same thing. And it's the same thing, bro. Like, you're in we're in the middle of our own universe, man. No matter where you go. That's just the way the earth is set up. You're the North Pole, and wherever you go, everything aligns itself based upon you. It's like moving a queen bee in a beehive, and the rest of the hive will follow around her. So these are your drones, your disciples. They follow the man in the middle, and he realigns them based upon who he want to be at any given time. We're finding out right now we're multidimensional beings living in multi-realities. And as we mature, we will activate spiritual gifts that have been dormant in us. And the people who don't make this shift, they will not inherit those gifts. So what I'm showing you here is the same thing here. And what we need to know is that these little balls that are hooked to the tree, they are rotating around the tree. And depending on how they are aligned, it dictates which version you are manifesting at in Midgard. So all of us are walking around Midgard right here, but the way that the stars are aligned around this place dictate who we are, right? So everyone here has their own chakras and all that, and that's to connect you to the macroverse so that when these shifts happen, you can be given the choice on which version of yourself you want to be. People who are not connected to the universe, they are only one version. That's condemnation. Condemnation means you're just one version of yourself and you can't be nothing else. You're just stuck. Imagine that. When I talk to you about what condemnation is, you should be more happier about what I'm teaching you about you being multidimensional. Because when I teach you about your multidimensional self, you don't really know how blessed you are. But let me show you what the opposite is. There are some creatures on this earth right now. They don't have multiple versions. They have one version of themselves, and they don't even have an idea that there can be greater versions. Listen to me for a second. You know how you close your eyes and you can imagine different versions of yourself, and you can decide tomorrow which version of yourself you want to be? There's some people on this earth that can't do that. They are bound to one template. They don't even have the imagination to see themselves as any other version because they aren't multidimensional. They aren't connected to the multiverse. You are. I don't think y'all understanding what I'm telling you about how fucking great you are, about how divine you are. And it seems simple till you realize there are other people that cannot do it. Just like, I'm going to tell you something about our spiritual gifts that's sad, right? When I was a young boy, I used to lucid dream and astral project all the time. And I didn't even talk about it for real because I thought everybody do it. I just thought it was something we all do. The older I got, I realized, man, I'm special. It's some people out here that never had deja vu before in their life. See, some of y'all don't realize you're a fucking phenomenon. And we don't realize it because it's normal to us to have deja vu. It's normal for us to lucid dream, astral project. Like certain shit that's normal for you, you just think everybody can do that, but you wrong, bro. Everybody don't have the ability to self-reflect. Everyone don't have self-awareness to even know that there are multiple layers of themselves. Listen, it's some people that are ignorant to their version of themselves that they are now. They ain't got self-awareness. Imagine trying to tell them that there are other versions of themselves. Bro, you speak in Chinese to them. It's like everybody don't got a soul, man. And your soul gives you the ability to be in your body, but not be your body. And because you got that ability, it's this detached sort of ability you got to say, you know what? I don't like being who I am right now. Take him off. Let me be this. Like changing clothes. That's a gift. Everyone can't do that. Think about what I'm telling you. Some people are NPCs. That means their identity is a fucking program that they're bound to. You hear what I'm saying? There are some humans walking around right now. Their personality is an act because they ain't even a person. They're a drone. They don't have a soul. So it's like an AI humanoid trying to have a personality. The AI robot don't even know what a personality is. So if I tell it, switch your personality, it don't know what the hell I'm talking about because only people with souls can switch their personality. The NPCs have a program identity and that's it. Until you program another version of them, they stuck with that version. You're not a program robot. Your identity don't come from programming. Your identity come from your ability to tune in to multiple versions of yourself that exist in multiple parallel realities. That's different than an NPC. That means that my identity at this very moment is a choice that I'm making to tune in to a certain layer of myself called Bro Sanchez. And guess what, y'all? I can turn that shit off tomorrow if I want to. Seriously, bro. I can stop being Bro Sanchez tomorrow, nigga. And I can be a whole nother version of myself that don't gives a fuck about YouTube. I can tap back into my rapping version. They'll be like, why he don't make videos no more? Cause he dead, nigga. And a new version of him resurrected who don't care about making videos, don't care about the earth being flat. They just care about rapping or making music. That version of is in me. He's in me. I just don't let him rule all the time. I tell him the only way he can shine is if Bro Sanchez complete his mission. So I may want to make a beat, but if I got to research some shit, the business come before the pleasure. Like I got my spiritual bodies in a hierarchy, and I got them in a hierarchy that's serving me to get me where I need to be my best version. And my best version is a result of me ordering my worst versions. Your best version is when you get the combination right, the right order, which when you get the versions of yourself in the right hierarchical order, the perfect alignment, that's when you got the right version gonna manifest right there. It's prioritizing. And their job is to get you to put your worst version first and your best version last by ridiculing you for asking questions, ridiculing you for thinking outside the box, ridiculing you for showing love when everyone else showing hate. Because everyone else is on fight, flight, reaction mode, and they following a script that AI is carrying out. And AI know everyone that react to the script will keep manifesting their worst version. So we breaking the script. We saying, wait a minute, I don't like the way the news make me feel. We're saying right now, you know what? I know I'm supposed to be talking about the Iranian war, but it's making me feel exhausted. So if I gotta talk about it, then I gotta be spiritual. I just can't do what they want me to do and push the narrative they want. And that's how we're redefining the narrative now. Little stuff like that. Like the old me would have just reacted like everyone else. I would have talked about the Epstein shit, the Trump shit from a shallow perspective, just to feed the algorithm. I'm no longer feeding the beast no more. I'm feeding my own inner light, meaning I'm making decisions based upon how it makes me feel inside versus what's expected by the algorithm. Because the old me said, listen, if I talk about this, I'll get a bunch of views, but I really don't feel like talking about that. And that's an old me that's dying. And it's hard to let that version of me die because I like views, man. I like it when 2,000 people watching me. But I noticed that when I'm getting the most views, I'm not really on the path I want to be on. I'm fueling the algorithm. I'm coming with the shallow shit. And so I'm at a crossroads because I want to feed that old version of myself because I like clout. That's my ego. I like the numbers. But I don't feel good doing that. And when the show is over, I'm exhausted and I feel further behind on what I really want to do in my soul. Them days are over. All of the decisions I'm making now is selfish. It's what do I feel like doing? Fuck what's expected of me. Okay, let's say a news story break and everybody going viral covering it. If I don't feel like covering it, I ain't gonna cover it. But Sanchez, they getting views, man. You can have 5,000 people watching right now if you cover that right now. How do I feel? Do I want to cover that shit? No, I really don't feel like it. So fuck it. I'll miss the views then. Fuck it. I'm no longer gonna rate myself, and I feel so violated, man. I feel violated because it's like I don't really want to do that, but I know if I do it, I'm gonna get something monetarily and physically in the simulation. And then the work that I really want to do, when I'm done with it, it's satisfied. I don't even feel exhausted. I feel uplifted. I can go run a mile after I fucking do an 8-hour lecture that I want to do. But I can do a 2-hour lecture of just what the algorithm want me to do, and I be drained, man. I be drained out the 1 hour, and it's sucking your energy and you don't know it. You got to start now making conscious decisions based on how you feel before you act it out. That's a new power that we're going to exercise. We didn't even know we had this power. I didn't know I had it. I was telling myself, yeah, I want to talk about this, but I got to talk about this because it's a hot story. And I was lying to myself. I don't got to do nothing. I can do what I want to do. That's right. That's the energy we got moving forward. I do what I feel like doing. If what I feel like, right? I'm in my feelings moving forward. If I don't feel like doing it, I ain't doing a goddamn thing. That's what you need to tap into now. How I feel. Well, I don't feel like it. So sorry, y'all can do it by yourself. But everybody going, man, the whole block gonna be there. But I don't feel like it. So fuck y'all, go by yourself. You ain't gonna beg me, man. I'm gonna do what I wanna do when I wanna do it. But Sanchez, all the homies gonna be there. Our friends we ain't saw in years, they was asking about you. I don't feel like going, man. I don't know what to tell you. So you just gonna be a lame ass and miss the whole event? Everybody gonna be there? Sorry. What you got planned that day? Well, I was thinking about eating vegetables and meditating that day. That's just what I felt like doing. So everything is like right now I'm such in a good spot in my life. I never realized how much power I wasn't using. And it's like, bro, the version of myself that the algorithm was manifesting was a clout chaser. And that version of myself didn't do nothing that I really wanted to do. I did what I thought the community expected for creators to do at that time. That's my puppet version, man. I'm going to do what I want to do when I want to do it. And I didn't even know I had this power, dude. This is post-alignment shit. This post-alignment me right here. And I'm realizing, bro, I want to talk about some spiritual. I don't want to talk about the war, people dying and bombs blowing up and political policies and shit. That's boring. I'm an enlightened being. Give me some knowledge and some spiritual shit. And that's, I learned something with this whole thing. Hey, man, I'm going to go talk about what I want to talk about. And guess what, y'all? The numbers were here. The universe taught me something. It taught me, Sanchez, you can do what the hell you want to do and still achieve the same success you looking for, chasing the algorithm. And it ain't just chasing, everyone's chasing the algorithm. What that mean, you're doing what's expected of you and what's safe because you think it's going to get you to the promised land. It's not. It's not. That's the trick. That's the trick. The moment you do what's uncomfortable, like what I'm doing, because I'm going to tell you something right now. It's uncomfortable for me to be covering these huge stories and not feeding the narrative in my delivery, not feeding the fight or flight shit, not playing into the political division. Because guess what? In my opinion, I think I can have double the amount of people listening to me if I were a conservative or a fucking liberal or some, taking a side, going with the world stage narrative, face value, yeah, my numbers will be bigger. But I'll be living a lie, and it'll be so exhausting doing that kind of content. So that's why I said, bro, I want to talk about popular topics because it's a lot to learn while everybody looking at this thing, right? But I don't want to talk about it like everybody else because I know better than that. The universe know that I'm most smarter than that. The universe know that I'm most spiritual than that. But guess what? The world don't give a fuck about the spiritual breakdown. They want to know about the surface level narrative. Let me give a shout out to Sally McDermott. She said, "You breaking it down, bro. Much love." I appreciate that. But that I'm just pouring my heart out to y'all, and I want to go over something too. I got some receipts today to share with y'all. Every time there are planetary alignments, there are huge chaotic events on Earth because the people in power have carefully and purposely planned out major events on these alignments for distractive purposes. Because when these alignments happen, that's the universe coming back around saying, listen, the version of yourself you are, it's the version of yourself that's on the hamster wheel and the puppet version. When these alignments come around, the universe is saying, here you go. You can cut your strings now. You don't have to be a puppet. See, the thing about being a puppet is optional, right? The universe say, man, you can always cut the string. So the thing is like, the universe is saying, you tired of being a puppet? And these alignments is the universe saying, you can now control your own avatar if you want to. But if you don't want to, cool, I'll keep my scissors in my pocket and we won't damage your nice little strings, and you can keep letting the world stage dictate your actions. And finish him. That version of you ain't gonna manifest the right actions to get you to the promised land. It's gonna manifest the actions to keep you on a hamster wheel going in circles, reincarnating with deja vu. So if you want to get off the hamster wheel, guess what? Quit being a hamster. The wheel is for hamsters, man. You ain't going to get off the hamster wheel if you're a hamster. So you got to transform to something else. So let's talk about some world events that happened during planetary alignments. I brought receipts today because a lot of people think it's a game. And you got to show them this stuff so they can quit saying it's a coincidence. Now we're going to go to August 28, 2024. Matter of fact, February, we had an alignment on February. Let me go back to that. February 28, 2026. There was a planetary alignment and we bombed Iran on that same date. So years from now, people are going to say this was the day that World War III officially started. And it will be the date of a major planetary alignment. That ain't just today. Let's talk about August 28. In August 28, 2024, which was 2 years ago, there was a 6-planet alignment, just like the one today. Now, but I want you to really think about this, though. We just had an alignment on February 28, and the last alignment was on August 28. You don't see something about this 28. So February 28, we get a 6-planetary alignment and a bombing. August 28, we get a 6-planetary alignment, and guess what happened during that day? Hold up. My bad. Hold on. Hold up, everybody. Okay. So think about this. February 28th, we bomb Iran during a planetary alignment. August 28th, 2024, guess what? Trump get indicted. Trump a revised federal indictment was issued against Donald Trump regarding attempts to overturn the 2020 U.S. election. Think about that. The updated charges came from special counsel Jack Smith's investigation. The indictment was adjusted following a Supreme Court ruling about presidential immunity. Bro, the last planetary alignment in 2024, Trump got indicted and we attacked we didn't attack Israel. There was a major Israeli military operation in the West Bank. Israel launched one of its largest military raids in the West during this last planetary alignment. Think about that. That was the alignment of 2024. That was when the Olympics was in Paris. And during that time, Israel ran one of its biggest military operations on the West Bank. Fast forward to the next alignment, Israel running one of its most aggressive operations in Iran since Desert Storm in Iraq. Shout out to 2 Rebel Nomad. We appreciate this deep esoteric knowledge, big bro. Appreciate you, little bro. Appreciate to the family in the chat room. Let's drop a bomb. And let's start a goal, because we have the same people, sponsoring the show every time. And I appreciate all of you guys. We got a lot of people watching. And I know we got callers that's trying to call in. Let me explain something before we open up the calls. No more open panel. And people, I say that so much. Every time I say we ain't gonna open up the panel, we just letting callers come in one at a time, I'm really gonna enforce that starting now. It should just be one caller at a time for the viewers' experience, because you guys like it that way because it's more organized. I do the panel for my own pleasure, and that's selfish of me, because you guys are donating to the show, you're sponsoring the show, and you're extending the show with donations for the callers. So I'm going to make that very professional, very informative moving forward. No chaos, no open panels. We got to give the people high quality at all time, because the people, they really support. They show a lot of support, right? And we want to give them the best. So let's just connect the dots. We already reaching the goal, man. Let's give a shout out to Brud. He said, I'm ego sponsoring right now. Thank you, bro. He said, bring that OG bomb back. I am. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, man. Yeah, I'm going to bring back the OG bomb. I don't like this one. It's weak. Hey, let's give a shout out to Marina Ballard. Marina, thank you so much for helping us reach the goal, to you and Brud. We're 1 of 10, but it's actually 2 of 10. But yeah, we need like 8 or 9 more people to send in a $10 donation if you can. If you can't, don't worry, sit back. We're going to keep the download going anyway, all right? And I just want to thank y'all. At this point of the lecture, we're entering a part where I'm about to read from my notes here, and we're going to connect historical events to planetary alignments, and we're going to take our time. So if you smoke, go ahead and blaze up. I had a person say, Sanchez, why do you smoke and drink on camera? Well, I once said I was going to stop But then I said to myself, when I'm in my comfortable space and I don't feel judged, I can give a better download. Like, I'm a very spiritual guy, man. Like, I open people's eyes. My third eye is open, bro. And I drink, I smoke, all that, bro. I eat meat too, right? None of that don't stop me from receiving the download. But guess what it does? It throws off my emotions. So when I say that I want to eat better and I want to be more healthier, it ain't so I can gain more knowledge. Like, you know what I'm saying? You gain knowledge through research. But the reason I want to do all that stuff is it's easier to have self-control with a proper diet and balance. It gives you more control over your chakra bodies and stuff. Meat makes you have to work harder to control yourself. That's just facts, bro. That when you're a vegan, you got more self-control, in my opinion, over your emotions and shit. It's just chemical balances, that's all. But that's part of the internal war too going on. That's part of the spiritual war too, like our diet too. As far as the diet part go, I'm gonna be looking out for y'all. I got some brothers that specialize in like the dieting part, and I'll be getting them on the show. So don't worry about that. We got some intelligent people that's gonna be coming on with products and all that to help us get our health right. So don't even trip on that. I got y'all. Reaching out to a couple of folks, man. But I'm talking about real deal, not no fake stuff. People that's healing stuff, like the new Dr. Sebi's. Somebody sent in another one. Did we get another? Oh yeah, we did. Big Brother Geach. Big Brother Geach said my mom died by fire at 28 on 4/28/78. I survived the fire. Oh man, yo. I want everybody in the chat room to send Big Brother Geach some hearts and some support, and let's kind of put our arms around this brother. I know this been happening, but listen, when somebody say I'm a survivor, this brother really, like, y'all ain't no survivors for real. This brother here is a survivor. That's right. Yeah, that's sad, man. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss. So people, we're gonna now go over into some of these historical events tied into planetary alignments. And just to think that the last planetary alignment 2 years ago, it was the same story. What was that? Israel making aggressive military moves. The brother getting a lot of love from the community. That's what's up right there, man. That's good to see. We got you over here. We got your back, bro. We here for you. We here for you. And 2 years ago was the last planetary alignment. And during that alignment, Israel was, Israel was going crazy. Listen, during the last alignment, they was going crazy with Palestine, man. How many of y'all remember that? They was in Jenin. They was over in Palestine, Tokom and Tubas. That was the name of the areas they was in. But we was over there for 2 decades, man. So what we seeing now is like just that same energy continuing and reestablishing itself, disalignment. Because during the planetary alignment of 2024, all of the headlines was about Israel and Hamas, Israel and Hamas. Now we got this alignment and it's America and Iran. And basically, they don't want us to know we're still continuing the same war from the last alignment. Because back then, what did they say? No more war. Let's put America first. And they got to act like, well, this is a new war that's popping out. No, it ain't. It's the continuation of a war that y'all been fighting ever since the 1940s. And every time shit flare back up, you try to put it in the headlines like a brand new war. Because when the shit die down, y'all tell us the war ended. Did you hear me? The war just died down, man. Ain't no such thing as a war ending. How stupid you think we are? Because it ain't no damn war. It's a slow takeover. And we know that that ain't gonna stop. Y'all still gonna be Zionism here to stay. So whenever they say, well, the war is over, no, this part of it over, this portion, this phase of it, you know. So look here. Let's look at some more alignments, right? Bike check, let's look at some more alignments. I'm gonna swap mics. Save my battery on my little portable junk. See, watch this, y'all. Alignments and historical events. And this is what I want y'all to think about. Soon as I go to the whiteboard, soon as I take my shirt mic off, I gotta go to the whiteboard, right? But this is what I need y'all to think about. When I point out an alignment and I give you a historical event, I don't want you to just look at alignments and historical events, right? That's too easy. That's too boring, even though it's thorough. This is what I want you to do. I want you to look at the alignment and the event, and I want you to ask yourself, was this a significant event that shifted the collective consciousness in any way? And with every alignment, you're going to say, yep. You're going to say, yep. Let's go to the whiteboard so we can remember what we're looking for. What we looking for, because I'm finna go in. I gave you one. I gave you one already. The last alignment. We was in the Israel-Hamas war. That was a conscious shift, man. That was them doubling down on our presence in the Middle East. After telling us the wars are going to stop. But the Bible said when they speak of peace, comes sudden destruction. See, I'm going to point out a lot of alignments. And these alignments are going to coincide with historical events. But historical events is one thing, but significant shifts is another thing. And that's what I want to focus on. A significant shift. You know why? The word significant is significant because when I say significant shift, I'm talking about a shift that's accompanied with a sign, a shift that is accompanied with an alignment, a pattern in the heavens, okay? a significant shift, all significant shifts that take place on Earth are accompanied with signs, okay? It ain't significant if it don't come with a sign. You see what I'm doing here, right? Okay. So check it out, right? Now let's get into these alignments and let's see is because these alignments are signs. And what I'm showing you here with etymology, signs represent significant shifts, a significant shift, okay? So the question we're gonna ask is, are these events significant shifts in our reality? Is it a turning point in the way we live or think in the social way, maybe the food industry, something like that, right? And you're gonna see I've already done the research. The answer is yes. And what does that prove? We're in a simulation. And like I've been saying, everything written out in the stars, man. So in 1955, right, there was a planetary alignment in 1955. And I'm going to show you the date right now. Hold on. Watch this. In 1955, there was a planetary alignment. And I'm going to show it to you. It was Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. So in 1955, we had a planetary alignment. And then what happened during that year was Emmett Till got lynched. So the same year we had a planetary alignment, Emmett Till get lynched. If you think I'm reaching, watch this. Guess what date Emmett Till got lynched on? August the 28th. So Emmett Till got lynched on August the 28th during a year that was an alignment. And I just told you we just had an alignment on August the 28th in 2024. And that was when Palestine got wiped out. That was when we really killed a bunch of Palestinians. It's almost like something got to suffer. There has to be some kind of sacrifice to reinforce that energy to keep our fight or flight, our low vibration version, keep being born again after these resets. Fear, right, is what keep us fueling that version of us, and we don't make the shift, right? It's showing you how the world stage is fighting divine intervention, because the heavens is telling us, align your chakras, be great, work on yourself. And every time the alignment happened and the heavens is telling us to work on ourselves, it's like the people on the world stage are saying, look over here, boom, boom, brrr, we're blowing shit up, we killing everybody, boom, boom, look over here, fuck that alignment, don't look up there, look, we hanging him, we're gonna torture this man, we're gonna hang him at Till. It's like every time you get these beautiful divine order, these alignments, they counter it with a bunch of chaos and distraction. And it's letting me know that they are really fighting against the heavens, man. They don't like that the sky trying to wake us up, bro. Because every time the sky, that these alignments happen, they go overboard with kicking up dust, nigga. They don't care if they gotta kill a bunch of motherfuckers. Just because you know what I believe? I believe they got to be very chaotic during these times, because if they just let nothing happen during these alignments, then the noise of these alignments will be so loud outside. Like the fact that there are 7 planets, 7 versions of you in proximity to Earth. The frequency of them would be more easy to tune in and to channel, so that we can choose and make the shift like I was telling you and pick our greater version. But what do they want to do? They don't want you to exercise your options. They want you to stay the version of yourself that you already are. They are about maintaining the status quo, keeping you who you are and you not changing. So every time these alignments happen, when we should be going through a transformation spiritually, they make us reaccept our old version with fear, wars, and chaos. Because you can't transform if you don't go within. And you can't go within if you keep it reactionary and some breaking your focus. And it's like you like a chicken with the head cut off. How the hell you gonna make the shift while the alignment happening if you ain't even focusing on the internal world, because they distracting you with a bunch of fight and flight stuff around you? So we miss the shift. Like, to me, this shit's spiritual, because it's a reason why it's so much chaos during these alignments, bro. They're fighting against something. Like, they can do this shit anytime they want to, but they choose to have the biggest, like I said, go to the board. The most significant shifts is when there are signs in the sky. So whenever there's a sign, they do something significant. Listen to the words now. Significant. The root word of significant is sign. Whenever there's a sign in the sky, there's a significant event on the ground. And the significant event on the ground is the smoke screen and dust thrown over you to keep you from looking at the sign in the sky. So the true sign is above you, but you put significance on the events on the stage, because that becomes significant to you, because it becomes the new sign that they demonstrate. While the sky talking to you, they gotta talk louder. You feel me? So shout out to Jay Scaramel. He said, just check, even the stock market always dip on these alignments. Come on, man. Thank you, Jay Scaramella. We really appreciate you throwing that on us. We needed that, man. That's crazy. So this is more proof that this ain't a reach, man. Energy is responding to these alignments, and people can call it pseudo all they want, but I'm giving y'all etymology with the word significant. When they talk to you and they say this is a significant point in history, these are some significant historical events, you never think that the word significant is just man. See, what's going on is a bunch of magicians, and each side working their signs and wonders to hypnotize humanity. And whichever hypnotic effect you go under, it gonna make you act a certain way, just like like hypnosis. If we watch the sky will hypnotize us into our greatest version, basically. It's a hypnotic effect. And instead of saying you are getting sleepy, it's saying you are waking up, basically. And it's waking up that dormant part of you that's lying dormant. That's your greatest version. But it's for you, you got to make the shift. No one can make it for you. These times be the best times to do it. based on what I showed you earlier on the board about the parallel realities. That's why they go so hard during these times to make you tap back into your fight or flight, your version of yourself who you is now. So, yeah, man. The significant events, nothing is significant in this place. The true significance is above us and within us. Everything around us is like a veil. But see, that's what we're reacting to, the stage. And what happens is when these alignments are taking place, the universe is screaming at us to wake up. And if they don't turn up their volume, we would hear that shit. Think about what I'm saying. When these planetary alignments take place, the part of us that's dormant, that need to wake up, it's gonna heed a signal from the heavens. And it's gonna start steering you naturally toward your awakening. So when these alignments happen, they got to create a bigger noise than what's happening in the heavens to stop all that. And that's why it's so much chaos during these alignments. Because when the sky trying to get you to tap into your intuitive side, they come with a significant event to make you double back down on your instinctive side. But guess what? Nothing is significant. Just the fact that the word significant got the root word sign in it, it lets you know that the people who giving you all of the significant events of history that's shaping and molding who you are, that's supposed to be so significant, right? These are false signs and wonders. That's like me getting you mad. You go unalive somebody and you found out I lied to you. I lied to you to get you to do that. So you're operating off a lie and your actions are not going to be justified because you was lied to. Shout out to Sogio Matrices. He said, all I ask, watch this video, it's confirmation. In the email, I got you. Shout out to you. Shout out to Dreezy Dre, Waking in Mind. Sign insignificant is fire, bro. Keep cooking, fam. Also, the sine wave runs through the Middle East / West. Respect, my brother. Much respect, bro, for sure. Hell yeah. Whatever they give significance on the ground is the false sign, right? But either one you pay attention to dictate which version of yourself you become. It's like which you tuning in to a frequency. And when the frequency of your true self and the universe gets loud, that's when they got to turn up their noise. And that's when wars play out. Stock market dip. It's like during the time when the sky is talking to us the loudest, that's when shit get crazy because they gotta block all that out, right? They gotta block, ignore that, because if you tune into that, it'll transform you to your greater version. So for them to keep the transformation from happening, every time these alignments take place, they have to have a sacrifice. A blood and it ain't, a lot of folks say, well, it's blood sacrifice because of the devil and all that. No, it's energy. It's the way the universe is made. It's about attention harvesting. So it's about making you react through your instinctive nature. And fear does that. So it ain't like, well, they drinking adrenochrome and they torturing people to suck the energy from it. No, they doing all that so to keep you in fear, to keep the world in fight or flight mode. So in order to keep us in fight or flight mode, people gotta die. Horror stories have to break the news. So what, children dying, or let's say, like, think about this, right? while all these alignments are happening right now, we got so much shit going on. We got Epstein going on. We got the war in Iran. We got the FDA and the food situation is at an all-time chaotic point to where they trying to, with artificial shit in the food. The EPA is at an all-time corrupted point because they turning their back to the data center, the tech bros, poisoning people, right? So you got all of these different layers of our reality falling apart. And it's at the time of all these alignments. All these systems breaking down. And it's because each of these major systems is correlating to one of the chakra points. People may say there's a reach, but think about it. Epstein would be the root chakra. That would be your sexual chakra. Then you move on to the food and shit. Then you got the censorship. People can't say what they want. Censorship at all-time high. That's the throat chakra. Free thinking is at all-time under attack. So then your crown chakra. All of the chakra points are under attack, man. Inside of us. And then that plays out into the major systems in the world breaking down outside of us too, as within, so without. So, and that's because, again, why? Because shit is being realigned and redefined. It ain't more of a breakdown, it's more of a reset, destroy and rebuild. But think about this. On August the 28th, in 1955, Emmett Till got lynched. And what did I ask y'all about a minute ago? I said, look, during the years of these alignments, on these dates and stuff, is the historical event significant? Does it represent a conscious shift? It does. People still bring up Emmett Till today to show the barbaric nature of the people in power. And it represents an all-time low in that barbaric nature. So it's a shift in how humans was basically treating each other on a social level. And it shows you here we was going into a new level of evil. This was an alignment that took place. The day Emmett Till got lynched, it happened on the same day that we went to war with Hamas. You think these dates are just coincidental? Emmett Till lynched on August 28th. Then we wipe out a bunch of Palestinians on August 28th. Both of these years had alignments. In 1963, Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech. He was assassinated. Watch this, right? Martin Luther King was later assassinated. But the thing is, right, 1963, when Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech, the social atmosphere was just as tense as it is now. That's what led up to the I Have a Dream speech. So imagine how many people was in D.C. Man, it was millions of people in one spot. Imagine the energy on this day when King gave that speech and where we was on the social atmosphere in America. That was in 1963. You know what date Martin Luther King gave that speech on? August the 28th. August the 28th, King give a I Have a Dream speech. It's something about this 28th, this August the 28th, huh? Watch this one though. Strom Thurmond began the longest Senate filibuster in the world and stalled the civil rights legislation in 57. That was on August 28th. So that was a significant event because it showed the use of filibustering on a political level to actually halt and stall a movement. So it was like a new tactic game to combat us with, to combat against our efforts, which is like a shift. In 1968, police clashed with protesters at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago on August 28. The Gulf War era started in 1990 on the date of August 28, y'all. On August 28, Kuwait became a province and it escalated the conflict over there, which was a major significant turning point. In 1988, the Ramstein air show disaster happened. It was a mid-air collision that killed 75 people and injured hundreds, and it was a turning point in aviation with laws and all that political stuff that followed. And that was on August 28th. In 1993, so let's go to another. On August 10, right? There was a planetary grouping on August 10 of 2025. It wasn't an alignment, it was a grouping, right? The planets didn't make a line, they was like in a cluster. And that was on August 10, 2025. And what happened on that date, they said Cleopatra died in Egypt on August 10th. Because what happens is on August 10, for multiple years, certain events has happened. And it's crazy that it's like these planetary alignment dates represent loop around points for energy. And I'm showing you the pattern and the proof here. That's what I'm doing. So August 10th, is another planetary grouping day. And I'm showing you stuff that happened on August 10th on different years in August 10th, because you know the grouping take place in different years too. But the same date is what got me like, damn, it is the exact same date, bro. That's what I'm doing with ChatGPT. That's crazy. Shout out to Dreezy Dre. MLK gave his I Have a Dream speech on August 28th. Yeah, we just read that. Appreciate that, my brother, Awakening Minds. Much love. We 2 of 10 on our goal. We should be able to reach it. We really like 4 of 10. But yeah, we need 8 people to actually send in $10 if y'all can. But we're gonna keep this show going. 1792, the French Revolution happened with King Louis. And it happened on August the 10th. 1519, Magellan's circumnavigation began. These are significant turning points. Remember what I told you? Significant. And it can be in travel, science, medical, food. In the case of Magellan, look, traveling, turning points even in traveling, right? When you look at this right here, what this is showing us, things don't happen randomly. Why? Why? Why is it even important for me to prove by with this experiment right here? Things don't happen randomly. They happen with alignments. Because if you want to prove that we live in a simulation, guess what you got to debunk? Randomness. Shout out to Miss Memphis for being 3 of 10. We got 30 minutes to complete our goal. We need 7 more people to send in $10 if you can. Appreciate y'all. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. This proves a simulation. And it shows you why deja vu even exists. History repeats itself because it's energy in motion, and it's like watching a thunderstorm and the lightning is striking, but every now and then it strikes loud and heavy, and you realize it ain't doing it randomly, it's doing it with certain patterns. So these big strikes represent significant events where the energy in the heavens is building up because of these groupings and alignments. So many different vibrational planetary bodies are coming together. It's tense. It's a lot of energy building up. Like, imagine having a bunch of magnets. You ever tried to make magnets stick together and they don't want to stick, but you forcing them? That, like, these planets have their own energy field and they affect us. We are connected to them. But when they all coming together like that, it's like conflict. They're fighting for to be heard, so to speak. This shows that I'm onto something. Hey, let me give a shout out. We got 4 of 10. Let me give a shout out to Brud for being 4 of 10. Appreciate y'all. 28's a Capricorn degree. Saturn, Pluto in conjunction in Capricorn in 2020 symbolize intense pressure on institutions such as governments, law enforcement, and power structures. That's when BLM and George Floyd happened. Bro, that's crazy. This ain't a reach, man. This ain't a reach right here. And hold up, we got 5 of 10. Shout out to my brother Awakening Minds. Much love, bro. For the gold, fam. We appreciate the wisdom. Much respect. Man, much respect to you, bro. Appreciate you for being 5 of 10. Hold on, we almost about to knock this goal out. Let me see something. Yep, we got 2 more. We got shout out to AJ Go to Money for being 6 of 10, helping us reach this goal. Easy call, keep dropping knowledge. Appreciate that, bro. And shout out to my sister Sally once again. And shout out to you for being 7 of 10. You enlighten my soul, bro. Appreciate y'all for supporting my work, and I'm glad I can do that. I'm humbled to be in this position. Check this out, right? In 1628, the Vasa warship sunk on its maiden voyage. And this was a major maritime disaster in Sweden. In other words, it literally changed the way that the Sweden people move at sea. It rewrote a lot of maritime practices for them. That's what a significant shift means, where it makes you rewrite something. And in this case, we're going to be rewriting the history books. What these shifts represent is the universe unraveling the lies that we've been told all these years. Let's give a shout out to Mama B. Appreciate you, Mama B, for the love. What they meant for bad, he meant for good. That's true. Shout out to Mommy Milker. They keep up the good work. Will do. Appreciate you. Shout out to Big Brother Geach once again. Big Brother Geach, you're 8 of 10. We only need 2 more people now. Chattanooga, Tennessee in the house. Gotta help. Shout out to Tennessee, man. We only need 2 more people. $10 and we done with our goal. This is what we mean by significant shift. It means we got to re-question what we thought we knew. And if you think about it now, what's going on? Flat Earth, Tartaria, we even realizing physicality is a lie. We're in a holographic simulation and a digital program. We're beginning to redefine and rewrite history books every day. Hey, hold on now. We reaching the goal here. Shout out to, who is that? He was, yeah, the ghetto shower man. Love and light. We appreciate the work. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, bro. Much love. Shout out to Leonard Robinson. Salutes Bro Sanchez, Mobile, Alabama in the house once again. Much love to my people in the state. Much love to you, Leonard. Thank you for your continued support and for helping us reach the goal. Shout out to D-Dub Exclusive, helping us reach the goal. Appreciate all of y'all. Appreciate that. So this is proof that if we live in a simulation, there will be no such thing as random events that will debunk the simulation. But what I'm proving right now is that there are no random events and that all of the significant events throughout history coincide with major planetary groupings or alignments. Show this to your damn astrologist, man. Like, come on, this is some damn good proof for a simulation. Shout out to Mama 333 Baby. Appreciate the love, y'all. I appreciate that. I appreciate the love. Everyone who's sending in donations right now, you ain't doing them but extending the show. And we're going to open up the calls for one caller at a time for me to build with. So y'all are, looking out for the broadcast. Shout out to Mommy Milkers once again. Appreciate the love. We on August the 10th grouping. On 1993, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, remember her? The Supreme Court Justice, old lady, Ruth Bader. Yeah, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was sworn in as Supreme Court Justice. And that was a milestone in judicial history. Yeah, Ruth Bader represent a turning point in judicial history. And you can go look her up and understand how she was a shift in the judicial history of America. But that was on August 10th, 1993. We want to look at major shifts in all areas because what happens is sometimes you have these alignments and groupings and people will say, well, then nothing happened because they always looking for a war or something like that. But a significant turning point on Earth don't always have to be protesting, social, civil unrest, and warfare. It can be something as simple as we change the way this law is interpreted in the judicial system. That's significant because remember, significant shifts mean we're rewriting the books. We was doing something this way, but now after this point, we're doing it this way now. That's all significant shift mean. So let's say when they said they passed the law where we no longer have to let you know if the food is genetically modified or not. If you look up the date whenever they passed that law, it was some kind of planetary event going on with that. That's what I'm telling you. Ain't nothing happening without no kind of alignment. Nothing major ain't happening on this earth. I don't give a damn if it's in the court system. It can be in athlete, in the sports industry. Ain't no major shifts, significant shifts happening on earth and no aspect that's not gonna be accompanied by some sort of sign in the heavens. And this being true is proof that we're in a simulation as well. So something called the Derico storm across the US Midwest caused widespread destruction in 2020, the Derico storm. My people in the Midwest probably gonna remember that one. And it was an extraordinarily costly weather event in 2022. And the reason it was a major shift, because we had to now start to problem solve and change the way we doing the fact we can prevent that with our meteorology systems. Maybe it was some kind of storm that our normal weather systems wasn't used to detecting. Either way it go, it was a shift in meteorology. So it's showing you it can be weather, food, social, but it's written in the stars. February 28, 2025. That was when we bombed Israel. That was when there was alignment. So February 28, we bombed, I keep saying Israel, we bombed Iran on a major planetary alignment. And in 1953, on February 28, we tested the hydrogen bomb. It's always a big release of energy. That's the way the universe is made. It's energy, man. And all this energy, they say history repeat itself, because if you think of a torus field, the energy just keep recycling back around and redefining itself. So the reason these similar events are happening on the same dates is because it's the same event happening over again, and it's just happening in a different parallel reality. That's what I'm telling you. I just told you time ain't rigid. We have different timelines that we shift through all the time, and these alignments represent when we moving from one timeline to another. But these are parallel realities. We may say, well, listen, the same thing happening today that happened back then, history repeat itself. Guess what? The same event that happened then is just happening all over again in a different Earth. And they changing the headline and the date on the calendar, but we're in a new universe that's now manifesting the same event that happened in the old universe, but it's told different. It's like Berenstein and Berenstain Bears. We say, well, this is America bombing Iran. Nope, it's Israel bombing Hamas again in this new earth we just arrived to after alignment. When Israel bombed Hamas, that was during the same alignment on the same date 2 years ago. Now they saying America bombing Iran on the same date in the same alignment that just happened last week. We're in a parallel reality, and it's a loop. It's the same damn event, man. It's just expressing itself through a new earth now. And it's almost like deja vu. So this may seem weird to y'all, but it's what my new understanding of the nature of time is. Time ain't what we've been taught. Shout out to Mommy Milkers. I love Mama B. Much love. Thank you for being a member. What I mean by energy release. February 28th, the universe had to release this energy, and it caused the Derico storm. You feel me? It caused the bombing in Iran. All right, so the next time that alignment looped back around on the same date, that energy got to come back round again, but it got to release itself different. So that's why these dates, if you do what I'm doing, go get your chat GPT. Anybody can do this and you will see there's a pattern here. And it lines up with the fact we're in a Taurus field and the energy keep recycling. Shout out to D-Dub exclusive. During the O.J. Simpson trial, it was a grand cross alignment in the sky, which represent death. Look at them. It put everybody in fight or flight mode and divisive mode, black versus white. And then and a woman had to die though. A woman had to die. There's got to be a sacrifice. To invoke the outrage, the fear, the fight, the division. It got to be something to make people say, we got to do something about this now because too many people died. Something like that, you know, or something that gets people saying, we got to change the way we doing stuff. These are turning points because it produces enough energy to make us change life as we know it in one aspect of reality. Like I said, whether it be the judicial system, music, or whatever. And you can do this yourself. Find any significant turning point anywhere. Any law that was passed that was significant, that shifted us to a next phase, and go to astrology and see how the sky was during that time. Was there major alignments? You're gonna be blown away, bro, because I was blown away when I put this up. I was blown away. I was just thinking that it would be the same year, but Chat GPT showing me, nope, it happened on the same exact date as well. The same exact date as well, bro. Do you hear me? That's crazy. I wasn't even expecting that. But that's how you got Chat GPT, you can see the stuff now that our ancestors were seeing. Because this is how the Mayan was making prophecy. They were studying energy that was recycling back around. They didn't have Chat GPT, but they had other systems like Chat GPT that allowed them to see what I'm seeing now with these. There's a pattern here with alignments and significant shifts. And we can prove it now with Chat GPT. That's all I'm doing. It's showing that there's a gift to prophecy. It ain't a magic trick. It's studying patterns and understanding that we live in multiple realities at once and that realities shift. We shift to new realities. And when we make the shift, everything reset. And the same events that played out in the last paradigm just play out again with a new headline because it's a parallel reality. The Maya knew that. The ancients knew that. And now I'm just now rediscovering that. Like, I knew that the ancients knew that, and I know that the ancients were right. I knew that they was able to prophesy, but I didn't really understand the mechanism and the science behind it until now. And it's very simple. I don't want to downplay it though, because studying patterns is a gift. I'm good at it. The ancients were good at it. You good at it. We're built to study patterns, which is why the sky was made to speak to us. And we're just remembering that now. And it's going to make life so much better. You know what I'm saying? So in February 28, we bombed Iran. In February 28, 1953, we tested the hydro bomb. So think about this. We bombed Iran February 28 last week. 1953, February 28, the same energy that was released when we bombed Iran, it was still around in the 50s on the same date. This is a pattern. It's showing you There's certain energy that flows around, and it's just gonna release itself on that date. So there are some people on the earth, they will sit back and they will say, hey, on this date of that year, that's gonna be something big happen. And they always right. You know what I don't like about them people? They never break down this right here to people and let them know it's mathematics and energy. They try to act like they're fucking magicians or they got a gift we don't got. And they will even have people paying them money. He's psychic. Every time he say some big shit gonna pop off, he's right. And there's some people out there, they get paid because they tell everybody when the stock market gonna be dipping. Now, my people just put it in the chat room that every time these alignments take place, the stock market dip. You think I would charge y'all a monthly subscription to let you know every time the stock market gonna dip? Now that I know you can predict this shit with star alignments, that's ripping you off. But guess what? People getting ripped off every day because they don't know this knowledge. And they look at a person and say, I don't know how he know it, man. He got a gift. We all got the gift, dummy. That's right. You keep shelling your money out. And the people who are able to do this, they truly got a gift. But the scam is they ain't letting folks know we all got the same gift. Quit trying to monetize it and charge folks for it instead of let folks unlock their shit in them. Let them know they got it, because look, what happens is once you unlock all your gifts and you see people ain't unlocking theirs, you can monetize their ignorance. And if you do that, guess what? You don't want people to wake up now because you making money off them not accessing a gift. You're looking at it like, if he learned how to do what I'm doing, I'm not going to be able to charge him the money now. And once you get like that, it don't matter that you unlocked your gift. The karma that you going to, your ass, you basically going to still reincarnate. See, this knowledge don't automatically give you a get out of jail free card. Because you can take this knowledge and be a real capitalist with it too. But yeah, there are people out there, they know that it's a method to the madness. They study patterns, it's all mathematics. It ain't no damn wizardry, like, and they will charge folks, man. And folks will pay them and be like, bro, this dude is the real deal. He got a gift. He let me know every time the stock market gonna dip, and he's right 75% of the time. And people will pay for that, man. But if only they knew, man. If only they knew that they can do it too. And this is how people are doing it. They pick the Mayans knew these patterns too, man. The energy got the release on the same date. When there's a major event, like when we tested the hydro bomb in 53 on February the 28th, somebody back then said, listen, on the next February 28th, on this date, some big gonna happen. And they was right. Because that person said, look, there's a alignment in the sky while they testing this bomb. So the next time this alignment come back around, there have to be another major event. And guess what? The next time the alignment comes back around is always another major event. This is right here is just the nature of reality. You can't escape this truth about our reality, that energy cycles around in patterns that can be predicted. And when there's a major release of energy on a certain alignment, you can expect that same energy to come back around the next alignment. It's just the nature of this belt and how it flows around, right? There are certain points in history that are marked by certain alignments in the sky, but these events are just energy that is recycling through our universe, and we're responding to it, playing out the same actions every time that same energy come around. And it's no different than like the four seasons. When winter come around, we dress for the winter, and we have a certain template for the winter. We have a certain summer vibe, and when summer come around, we act appropriately. But just like we got seasonal behavior, we have cosmic seasonal behavior, where every now and then it's a certain time where certain planets are by us and certain alignments are. We act a certain way. We act accordingly. So everything is in synchronicity. But what I'm telling you now is the foundation of astrology. Is why people say, well, Libras act this way, Scorpios act this way. And the reason I'm bringing up astrology, you will have people say, well, I'm a Libra, I'm a Aries. But Sanchez, I don't agree with what you saying right now. Guess what then? Stop calling yourself by your zodiac sign. Everything I'm teaching y'all right now is how energy affects us from the stars. You can't say, well, I'm a Libra and I act this way because of my stars, but I disagree with what Sanchez is teaching right now. This is the foundation of astrology, what I'm giving you. Silly. So I'm specifically talking to my people that love to bring up their zodiac sign. Quit bringing up your zodiac sign if you can't grasp what I'm saying about how the heavens affect us. Because you really don't comprehend the zodiac for real. So I can do this all day. In 1983, on February 28th, the same day, the Soviet Union shot down Korean Airlines Flight 007. And that re-escalated the Cold War. And think about that, the Cold War. Now just peep game, right? We was testing hydrogen bombs in the 50s. And don't you know this was during the Cold War? The Cold War died down, and then the Cold War flared right back up on the same goddamn day. Now, I want you to think about that a minute. Let that sink in. 1953, we're testing hydrogen bombs, and we're in the Cold War. That was during an alignment on February 28th. That same point in time recycles back in 83. Now look at y'all ain't looking at the end, look at the dates. 1953. Now 1983. Both of these years end in 3. Right? And not only that, both of these years are on February 28th. Both of these events on the same date. So 1953, we at the height of the Cold War. By 83, the Cold War had died down, man. But in the year 83, February 28th, that alignment happened again, and the Cold War flared back up. I can stop the show right there. We can open up the call lines for real after that one. Come on now, bro. Come on now. This shit ain't no game, bro. It's not a game. If watch this. In 1993, the World Trade Center was bombed. You see what's happening as a pattern. 53, we testing hydrogen bombs in the Cold War. 83, the Cold War had died down, but the Cold War re-escalate and it re-escalates on the same planetary alignment for that year, coming back on the same date. 10 years after that, guess what? We have the same 7-planet alignment again on February 28th of 1993. And guess what happened? The World Trade Center get bombed. So the World Trade Center get bombed in 1993, not on February 28th, but on September 11th. Hold on. I'm wrong on that. I'm wrong. This was the first bombing. It wasn't even when we went to Iraq, because now that I read this, I forgot about that too, because the Twin Towers got bombed before that and they didn't knock them down at first. That's deep. So hold on, in 93 was the very first attack on the Twin Towers, but what year? I was in high school when it happened. They cut the TV on. I was in high school. That was 2001. But the first attack was in 93. And I was a little bitty boy then, but I forgot about that one. And they didn't destroy it then. So this is good stuff, because we seeing how the Cold War 53, we have an alignment. This was on February 28th. And then in 83, the same alignment comes back. And on February 28th, with that alignment in 83, the Cold War popped back off. And the Cold War leads into the World Trade Center bombing. The first attack in 93, that happened on February 28th during a planetary alignment. Think about that. The first time that the World Trade Center got bombed was on February 28th. The same date that we bomb Iran. And these patterns ain't no coincidence, bro. It's 365 days in a year. How come these major events that's similar keep happening on the exact same day? And during that day, the same planets are in alignment. This is energy coming back, redefining itself. Watch this, right? Let's fast forward out to 93. Let's go to February 28, 2020. February 28, 2020. Guess what pops off, y'all? You gonna fucking shit your pants on this one. COVID-19. Oh my God.
BROSANCHEZ, just one who's out there in the fight to teach.
You can't make this up, bro. I gotta hit the pipe on that one, bro. Listen, if somebody would have told me this, I would have said, you making that up, you lying. If they would have been like, bro, all of this happened on the exact same day, February 28th, I'd have been like, come on, bro, who you think I am, man? And I'm a deep person. I believe in astrology. I believe in the ancients, the Mayans. But if somebody would have actually told me, Sanchez, you think that you really fucking with what the ancestors teach, but you ain't really all the way in. I'm going to be honest with you. Today with y'all is today that I said I'm 100% sure that the Mayans and the ancestors are right. I never been this sure before in my life when I did this research here. Because I'm able to use ChatGPT and see the patterns. I'm seeing the dates. I'm seeing, let me show you what I'm looking at, bro. Look at how this shit just perfectly aligned. Look, 53, 83, 93. Look, go down here. 53, 83, 93. Look, February 28th on all these days. Look at just, bro, I'm telling you right now. In order for you to be able to see these patterns, you got to live multiple lifetimes. Because we only live to be 100 years old. That means in 100 years of living, you only gonna see maybe 3-4 events in your life. And that ain't enough events to see how everything, we can go all the way back to the 1800s. We can go how back far y'all want to go to the 1600s, and you will see even the events back then was on certain alignments and certain dates. As deep as I am, I didn't even know it was this deep. And it makes me feel crazy because it's like, damn, how didn't you know that when you teach that the ancestors was predicting this stuff? You know why? Some inside of me was thinking it was some kind of magic too. You see what I'm saying? Like, we know what the ancestors was able to do, but the systems and the methods we lost. And right here, I'm bringing back the methodology, because back in the day, you had to have generations of people recording shit out on big libraries. All of the libraries that they burnt up, it had all the historical data with the star alignments next to each event. So we weren't just recording history, we was putting down the astrological alignments next to it, and that's how we was picking up on the patterns, saying, hey, every time the sky does this, we do this. Every time the sky does this, tensions flare up and we go to war. When you're recording history for millions of years uninterrupted and ain't nobody burning up libraries, you can see these patterns that I'm seeing now. Because what ChatGPT doing is basically doing what the ancestors was doing. It's giving you an account of all this history. It's going back, getting that data, and showing you how the star alignments with it. And we would have just cataloged each event with its star alignment. So if you ask me, our ancient libraries weren't set up like today. When we recorded historical events, we didn't just put a numerical date on it. We put a star alignment with it too. So every point in history had a certain alignment, which is like a sigil to represent that event, which is unique energy recycling at that time. You know what a sigil is? A sigil is you can take any event, any person, any concept, and turn it into a unique symbol to represent that thing. So when you write out the alignment of the stars and say, this represent that event, that is actually the sigil for that historical moment in time, which is profound. Because it's showing you sigil science in the heavens. And that's how you get the word sig and significant and sign, because that's what the word sigil is. It's a signature written in the heavens. It's sealing an event or energy that's unique. And just like your signature represents unique energy. Unique points in time, points in the universe where unique events are manifested. They are expressed with their own sigils, frequency, feelings, and all that's unique. So when we're looking at the way the sky is arranged during an event, the sky is showing us this. If an event could sign its autograph on paper, that's what the sky doing during these times. So on February 28, 2020, COVID-19 starts to get crazy. The COVID-19 shit pop off. So it's showing you every significant shift in our reality has a huge connection written out in the heavens. And you know, this is going on within us on a chakra level, on a spiritual level, internal conflict and external conflict, as within, so without. February 28. In February 28, 2026, we have now a 6-planet alignment. And in this year, in 1953, the U.S. hydrogen bomb tested the hydrogen bomb again, right? No, this is just, okay, I see what's going on. My bad, y'all. My bad. So I'm reading it again. Let's go to the next one. On May 5th, 2000, there was an alignment between the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. All of them was clustered together. It was one of the tightest groupings in modern time. That was in May 5th, 2000. And what happened? Vladimir Putin became the president of Russia during that time. And then the concept of .com popped off, like www.com. The .com bubble collapsed. It was accelerating in the year 2000. Remember the Y2K scare? So increased Y2K economic instability. All of this was taking place during an alignment. Y2K, heightened millennial apocalyptic narratives. All of that energy has its own. Let me show you how the sky looks. Here's the sigil for that. This is what we're seeing now is like a cluster of these 7 bodies. And this was what the sky looked like, Y2K, y'all. This the Y2K sky. So we had this unique cluster. And it's crazy how these alignments are associated with their own feeling that we was feeling like when that happened, because the energy within us, our chakras, is flowing outside of us. That's why I can take you back to a certain point in time. It's a whole nother you. That's a whole nother parallel reality. You get a feeling of nostalgic, you know. From February 4 to 5 in 62, there was a huge total eclipse and a 7-planet alignment that took place during the eclipse. That was from February 4th to 5th. 2 days this was going on. That was in 62. And while that was happening, guess what? The Cuban Missile Crisis took off. And guess what? When that was happening, we reached the height of the Cold War during that alignment. Guess what else happened? The Vietnam conflict. Yeah. U.S. with Vietnam conflict, 62. Same alignment. In the same year, during this same time around this alignment, we was going through a worldwide nuclear arms race. That's why it was so much war and stuff. But look at what's going on during this alignment right now. More nuclear talk and war. Missile crisis and bombings. We still in the Cold War. It's at a new height. Just think about the same shit happening. Nuclear bomb, a nuclear narrative, same shit. This was in 62. In March 10th, 1982, the Jupiter effect alignment happened. And all of the planets clustered within 95 degrees of each other. That's perfect math, man. Perfect math. If we was looking up on a spiritual level, we would have known that the universe is intelligently designed. How do you get all of these planets in perfect math like that? Perfect 95 degrees separation. But guess what was happening when we should have been looking inside? Here they come again. They are fighting against the heavens. During this alignment, what they call the Jupiter effect of 882 popped off in March, right? During the same month and the same time that this alignment took place, the Falkland War began. And right after the Falkland War that same year, while this alignment is playing out, we had the Lebanon War. And right after the Lebanon War, same year, while this alignment is playing out, there was a recession. And same year, right? While this alignment is playing out, the Cold War is sparking back up again under Ronald Reagan. Come on, man. Energy comes in cycles. Energy comes in predictable cycles, man. In February 28th, bro, just think, we just bombed Israel. You didn't even know that February 28th alignment is an old alignment that go all the way back to the 50s, where shit been popping off on the same date with the same alignment. Everybody everybody just lived through February 28th like it was another day, when it was literally a looping point in the simulation. In other words, on February 28th, we left one Earth and entered a whole new Earth, and people just went on like nothing happened, and we ain't even in the same world right now. And the loop around event was when we bombed Iran. Because the last time this alignment took place, we was testing the H-bomb, and it was the Cold War. We started the bomb where Israel bombed Hamas. So it's the same shit keep happening. Every time these alignments happen, there's war. Because all of these realities are vying to be the true reality. Each planet is trying to fight its way to make us shift to its energy next. So every time these alignments happen, it play out above, below, inside of us. Everything's connected, man. Because within us, we're making a shift too. But if we're not conscious of any of this, We just run on autopilot and we don't even know we stuck in a time loop. We die and come back in a loop again, thinking each day is a new day. When guess what? Ain't no such thing as a new day. Time is a result of a recycling process. So history repeat itself because old days are just wash, rinse, and repeated. Like a shirt that you wore and you took it off, you washed it and put it back on again. It ain't a new shirt. It ain't a new day, right? Ain't nothing new in infinity. And this is how the Mayans taught about time. Time is a recycling of old events and old shit that happened, where the people who running this simulation are just taking that old shit that passed by and say, okay, wash that shit off, put it in the wash machine, and we gonna wear that again. It ain't no such thing. Oh, we in a new year. These points in time keep coming back, y'all. Time is a loop. And they just fucking redefining and renaming it. And that's the illusion of new shit happening. But until we wake up from that, we don't see the trick that's being ran. And we don't really activate and make the shift. But I think right now it's time to open up the call lines, because I can be here all day just naming alignments with events and doing what I'm doing. Because look, ChatGPT got a whole list of events right here for me to keep reading. But you get the point. Y'all can do this too. Say, name me every major alignment. Just you know what to tell it. I can give you my prompt. Maybe I can put my prompt in the description after this. But it'll pull up every time that this alignment happened in the past, and it'll give you every event that was associated with it. That's all the Mayans was doing. That's how you see the patterns and be able to predict shit. Once you get good at this, like right now, I can take this research and I can predict the next event for real, because I'm starting to see the patterns now. So what's going to happen? The next planetary alignment that land on a February the 28th, some major shit going to happen. All you got to do is go to Google and say, hey, when is the next major planetary alignment that's going to fall on February the 28th? And it'll say, well, the next one going to be in the year 2030. Then guess what you do? You go outside and say, hey, everybody, in the year 2030, on February 28th, some bullshit going to happen, and you going to be right. You gonna be, it's people that get paid to do this, man. And they got everybody thinking that they some genius, but I'm giving y'all the free sauce right now on how you do this shit. You can be a prophet, nigga. It's mathematics and energy. Like, anybody can do it. Let's start letting the callers on. We'll do some more dates and alignments in the future. That's enough for now, though. Y'all get the point. We can do this all day, and I'll just keep giving you more dates, showing you nothing is random. But like I said, though, we got to do one caller at a time. So as far as the callers go, I'm going to unmute y'all one at a time and rotate y'all like that so everybody can talk and have their time to speak with no one interrupting them. So we're going to start with my brother Awakening Mind. Salutes to everybody. We're going to get to all of y'all. Shout out to you, Awakening. You got it.
Hey, salutes, my brother. Great stream, man. Great stream. That sign in damn, what you said, the sign in significant. Yeah, bro. That was fire, bro. That was fucking fire. Even with everything you've been syncing up, you know. And the next great alignment happens in the year 2028, you know, in 2 years again. You know, the same thing on the same date, you know. But It's so much more I want to touch on, and I want to let everyone get theirs and get their talk into. But if you can pull this quote up by J.P. Morgan, he says millionaires, don't use astrology. If you can just pull it up for me again, I just want to show you J.P. Morgan quote. I just want to show you this real.
J.P. Morgan astrology quote.
Yeah, that would do it right there. Please.
Millionaires don't use astrology. Billionaires do.
Yes, bro.
Mm,
You know.
that's
hmm
fucking crazy.
And at the time he said that, he was the richest, so-called American ever, ever. Like even though Elon Musk is a trillionaire, the difference in between him and other trillionaires are so close. At that point, JP Millionaire, people didn't even understand how he was so freaking rich. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they
Yeah.
knew, obviously, but it was such a big gap in between him and anyone else. JP Morgan really is the richest American ever, he funded Edison, he also funded Tesla, but a lot of these are based on the technology, man, of the astrology as well, as well as events that happen here on Earth. But the significance of it all was just fire, bro. When you said the sign is significant, that was fire, man. That should make so much sense.
Yeah, man, that J.P. Morgan quote hits different after this lecture here, bro,
Hell yeah,
because
bro.
he did say that, and it's like he's just letting you know that you can become a millionaire working hard and doing little strategies, business moves. But if you want to become a billionaire, you got to shift your consciousness now to thinking outside the simulation, more so of seeing the inner workings behind the sim. You got to deal with the stars and shit now. You got to go beyond physicality. You got to get with the occult shit now.
Hell yeah, bro. And I like how you said about the plant, in nature sending the sign for the plant to grow. This is shit they know, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? So that's what I wanted to touch on, man. That was
Okay.
tough, bro.
I'm gonna go to Rum Ham and I'll get back to you. What I'm gonna do, Awakening Minds, for the viewers and for everyone, I'm gonna just let every caller have a one-on-one first, and then we'll open the round table up at the end. So yeah,
Of course, bro. Salutes.
that way I can honor the people and the callers. Salutes to y'all. Let's go to Rum Ham. Salutes my brother Rum Ham.
Flat mother effing power, bro.
Flat mother effing power, right back to you.
Yeah, I know how to center myself. The next alignment is in 2028. So
What's
we
up
can
with
get
this number 28, man?
2 plus 8 back to 1. We got the it's all back, I don't know, back to the male woman,
right. I mean, it's like 28 days later was a movie, but yeah, it's a lot of 28 going on.
28 weeks later.
Oh yeah, 28 weeks.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I forgot what that was about. Yeah, you got it, Ron. Take your time.
But no, I got a whole bunch of energy since this alignment and everything, because I've been preparing. I've been falling asleep and traveling, and it's crazy because one time I called in, I fell asleep in one of your lectures, and I was telling you about how I projected it into my room and everything. But when I went outside, I saw a bunch of military jets flying in the sky and everything, and that was like 2 weeks ago. And then boom, what do we got? We got, military flights and everything.
Rum Ham, stand by, and thank you for your input. He said he had seen a lot of military activity increasing in his area. What about y'all? I wouldn't put it private, man, that the military, doing a lot of secret exercises and covert shit too, for sure. Let me see something real quick. D Arius.
Yeah,
Okay, there you go,
Oh yeah,
D.
my
Harris.
bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. I
Yeah,
was just about to say I'm in Missouri myself. Some military stuff always going down to Missouri for some reason.
in misery. Misery loves company.
Facts, facts, facts. Hey, and being a Missouri resident, bro, they'll tell you the safest way to move around Missouri, bro, is to just act like you sad and you in misery and won't
Damn.
nobody bother you, bro. I swear to God, it will.
Damn. That's bro. Did y'all hear that? That's crazy, chat room. Yo, let's go to Just. That's fucking crazy. I know what to do when I go to
Hey,
St. Louis.
yeah, St. Louis is a motherfucker, bro. But I did want to bring up something real quick before we move on, because I don't know if you remember, I brought up the stocks last time and using the star alignments to, get your personal stocks and what you should invest in personally using your alignments and also the bigger alignments. I don't know if you remember, but I brought up like the end times and what stocks would be valuable in the end times. And one of the stocks was like clean water stocks would be valuable. Military stocks like defense and shit like that. I feel like we need to really hone in on that a little bit, especially seeing as our money is our life and our power and it's
That's
directed.
that's true.
Facts.
Yeah,
So
those
Because
that's
stocks did go up. The
because
Lockheed Martins and all that, they
uh-huh.
went up.
yeah, LMT. Hell yeah, LMT, bro. Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm
Yep.
finna be fucking with this shit now because hey, shout out to D Dub exclusive. Says 28 equals 2 parallel 8 infinity as above, so below. I see what you saying. For sure. 2 8s. I got you. And it's like two possible eternal possibilities for our existence, like the path of ascension or the path of descension. I see. Oh yeah, you got it. Y'all go ahead. I think after Just we can do the open up the round table. Just you got the floor.
All right, peace and power, brother Sanchez.
Your peace and
Peace
power,
and power
salute.
to the rest of the community, man. First of all, you really cooking. Like, you cooking next level right now. For one, I gotta say gratitude and thanks because you simplified so many things. And I don't even know if you know the level that you vibrating on at this time. You was able to tie in not only how to navigate through chat GPT, but you tying in how to tie and connect the higher self with the lower self in full alignment. And you displaying it with receipts mathematically in different eras of our timeline. And you made it simplified that even a child can digest the knowledge and wisdom that you breaking down tonight. It's it's magnificent because we living in a time where you can actually rewrite the foundation of what has already been established. We in full disclosure now. The reset is already in full activation. So moving forward, please continue doing what you're doing. And I definitely want to motivate and inspire the family all across the diaspora to definitely keep cooking because it ain't no going back. And as the foundation get reestablished this time, we already know, just like
Come on,
movies
bro.
in all our time, that
You
we
giving me the Holy Ghost, man. Go ahead.
you are you already know where we at with it. You know what I mean? And I'm just I'm just grateful to be in the physical, during this time where we can actually connect in real time utilizing this ancient technology. Because that's all it is. History repeating itself. You already know ain't nothing new up under nothing new. And so just the way you navigated with it tonight, man, you keep cooking. Like you to see where you started at and to see where you at today, even when you broke down the science of full disclosing yourself, like, yo, yeah, I'm about to smoke, I'm about to roll up, yeah, I'm about to take this sip. But guess what you did to balance it out? Okay, well, this is how this play on my chakra system. Okay, if I eat and digest meat, this how this play within my emotions. So you giving out the wisdom, you giving out the choice, and you also identifying in yourself where you might need to pull up at. Like that's amazing, man. I just gotta give you that, like straight up. Like that resonated so hard. I'm like, wow. Like this is what we need. We need for people to show forth accountability on all levels moving forward. Why are we here? People forgot. Why are we even here? Why
Yeah.
are we even in existence? For service. Service to each other. We gotta get away from the selfishness. We gotta get away from that, man. We here for service to each other. You even dropped another bomb. That if you don't reach that apex, what you gonna do? Okay, you gonna trickle back down. You gotta repeat this cycle. You
Yep.
gotta repeat this cycle. Man, you keep cooking, brothers. Keep and
And
sisters, keep cooking.
and you know what's
Yeah.
so crazy about repeating the cycle? Even and this gonna really make somebody happy, right? It's gonna give
Mm,
somebody joy right here, what I'm about to say. I even told myself, let's say if I reincarnate, which I doubt I will, guess what?
mm,
I realize reincarnation ain't bad. Because think about this, right? Our ancestors built this simulation. They said,
indeed.
here go all of the series of events that this individual soul need to play out in order for them to activate who they are. If all them
Mm,
events play out on your life timeline and you don't activate who you are, they just keep rewinding that shit till you get it, till you activate it. So what if it,
indeed.
right, what if I told you, look, if you don't get this shit right, that's it. I'm gonna burn you forever. Now that would be scary. That's hell.
Hey, and Sanchez, I'm gonna
You
bring
see,
something to the life
but
for
but
you as
but
far
you
as
you you, you see how they mind fucked us? They got us thinking reincarnation bad when nigga what the church telling you is bad, nigga. Reincarnation is saying I love you so much I'm gonna give you as many chances as you need to get yourself right. That's the merciful God.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's your life lesson. Exactly.
Yeah, I fall
yeah,
back
You
no,
said
right
you
there.
passed
You
the
no,
test.
I was
Exactly.
about to say real quick, a lot of people dealing with that spirit that can't pay attention, that ADHD spirit. That's why one of the most common planetary alignments is Mercury in retrograde. Just having your mind going direct. A lot of people get that Mercury retrograde because a lot of people deal with that ADHD aspect of having to repeat the same shit over. It's common.
I used to hate when Mercury retrograde come along. Some of my followers will tell you how much I used to complain about it. I embrace it now. I mean, I wouldn't rather it because Mercury retrograde is this serious energy that's saying, you know, you got shit to do, right? It is like to keep you on track. Like, okay, you're getting off track. Remember, you got to do this. It is making you tie all your loose ends. Go back and finish shit you didn't finish. All that's gonna come back to you during retrograde for you to confront all that. So it's basically saying, hold up, you know you didn't finish that. Finish this. You know, and that's that. Now it's like retrograde feels good right now with these alignments because a lot of the stuff we're not completing in our life, it's because these are other layers of you that were in parallel realities that those stargates were so far away from Earth. That's why I said with this alignment, with all of these planets coming back around again in proximity during a retrograde, not only is retrograde making us confront all our unfinished stuff, it's making us confront all them other layers of ourselves. But at the same time, all of those layers are closer to us than any other retrograde because of the alignment. So it's like, believe it or not, a lot of the incomplete points in your life is just you missing the other layers of yourself because they out there wandering in the universe, your chakras, right? when these other versions of yourself come back in proximity and alignment, then all of the incomplete parts of our life that seems to be undone or challenges to complete is now you look forward to this shit. It's like, and that's because the other versions of you, these other lanes in your life that feel incomplete, these are things you put on hold because you ordered your chakra hierarchy to put those things at the bottom. And now the universe is like, that's what I'm saying with all these chakras or bodies. And I want to make sure everyone on the panel that you guys' mic can unmute whenever you want. I think I unlocked the mic feature for everyone. Just want to make sure y'all can.
Yeah, you did, bro. You did.
But you see what I'm saying? I want to make sure y'all interact with me here. We got the round table over. You seeing what I mean here about during these alignments, you can feel the influence of your other versions in proximity to the earth type shit.
Hell yeah, bro. And real quick.
Definitely can feel that. Go ahead, Awaken.
Yeah.
Nah, real quick, bro. I like that you got back on this subject because even the word within, WITHN, it's high twin. You know, it's like reconfirming that, you know, you're more than the self here. It's like you also learning self here to experience this experience. So, you know, and this should have been told you, the word within, it's also high twin. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead though, my nigga. Keep building.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts.
You definitely on point with that shit, bro. That's one of the most important parts of my journey, was literally going within and having to realize that even my inner self had thoughts and problems and solutions, and you know what I'm saying? It's all just a different part of me. It's my twin. That nigga think just as hard as I do about the same Illuminati shit that I think, you know?
And you know, it's crazy how the chakras are aligned, but they're also making a circle, you know, circuit itself, you know. So, like, even just saying alignment, you know, it's just the same, you know. Chakras being aligned, but also circling itself to fully make the or thoracic field, you know.
That's facts.
Yeah, all them circles are separated, but you bring them together and they create the 8, the eternity and the infinity, and you're just riding on the immortality.
You know what's so fucking crazy about this whole experience now? This shit got me to the point now where if I go outside during a storm, I'm gonna be trying to find the repetition pattern spots in the damn lightning strikes. Now that may seem weird, but listen, I'm looking for. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's like,
wow.
I'm looking to prove that we ain't in a random universe. It's a simulation. I'm saying that weather patterns are predictable. When you look at a lightning strike for a couple of hours, if you know what to look for, you can start telling folks, hey, lightning about to strike right here next to that cloud in the next minute. Boom, and it'll do it.
Hey, bro, will you jump on that? I got a YouTube short. I was watching this lightning storm, this heat storm. And so like you're saying, I followed the pattern and I felt this energy in the sky, and I knew like internally I knew like it was about to hit. And right in the video I go boom, and it lights up right in the sky.
I'm telling you, it's like something in us is starting to pick up patterns that's been there that we ain't see and shit, you know.
And you know, they always say that lightning only strike the same place at once, but that's not what you really see in nature. You know, like that's a big quote, like lightning only strike once in the same spot, but that's not what you see in nature. That's crazy.
Right.
Well, it depends on where you want.
But I mean, I'm not gonna. Y'all get the point that I'm making, though, about like just doing little bitty experiments to see if patterns repeat at certain times and certain points. Now, I was being like a little dramatic with the lightning thing, but I was making an example to show What if that's true though? You know what I'm saying? What if ain't nothing random? Like nothing, not even we think, well, we got a random storm coming in. What if you can find a point in history that the day that little storm came in, it came in on that same day and same time in the year 1909. And you count that years up and say, okay, that was 65 years ago. I wouldn't be able to see in the next 65 years on this date do that little bitty storm come back right here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
But what
agree.
if it
Yeah,
does
they
though?
did that. They
Nah, I
did that
agree.
with like the crops and shit like that. They did that yearly with crops, yearly with storms and what time the storm's gonna come. And I think that's why they burned the library too. Because if our collective libraries came together, then we would see the way, way, way bigger picture.
But you know,
I
that's
was
Yeah,
just
bro.
great add on to that. That is very true. That they actually have an almanac that deal with that, that follow the patterns in order for seeding, farming, before they took the original seeds out of circulation and gave us these hybrids in a lot of different regions.
Yeah, I bet
And
they did figure out the lightning and everything. And then you know how you can do grounding with your garden? Maybe they knew like, oh, lightning's gonna hit here, and then boom, it'll hit that steel or that rod, and it'll jolt the crops, so you get a better yield and shit.
That's
You know?
fire. I fuck with that. That's
exactly,
fire.
and
exactly.
that's why they say we live in a circuit, a
Good
cycle,
shit, Romham. Oh yeah.
because they can predict eclipses, they can predict all these events. Now, granted, they do weather formation and produce other shit, but this is why they can predict eclipse and all of this because we live in a circuit, a cycle, So
You know what I just thought about when you were saying that? This is a simple quote we heard for so long, but it should hit y'all different. It goes like this. What goes around
comes
comes around.
around.
Wow.
I'm
Exactly.
You
sorry, I
bro,
didn't go, bro,
let
but
me
I was thinking
bro,
the same thing when I said it. I don't mean to cut you.
listen, but I've heard that shit so long and it just hit different now though. It's like, fuck, bro. Like, if you look at the Chat GPT research I did, everything that go around, it literally comes back around at the same date, that energy is released. It just differently. Yeah, speak to it,
Exactly.
bro. I'm gonna fall back. That's deep, though, like what you was. Somebody said that earlier too, I think.
Even the nervous system, think about it. Our nervous system, that's your electric field. So that's why it's important to fast and detox. That's one of the quickest ways to cleanse your auric field, so you can reconnect with
So
them higher levels.
check this out. During
And I
February,
know awakening. I know you got something for that.
because during February 28th, that's Ramadan. That's their holidays. You know what I'm saying? And they
Hmm.
fast for 40 days and 40 nights.
Mm,
Then you get Easter. You know, it's all the same shit that's been happening
wow.
throughout history.
Synchronicity,
Bro, and it's
synchronicity,
crazy because
full
I'm straight.
alignment.
Bro, it's crazy because I don't know why for this last damn near month, everything that I ate, like it's been giving me the hiccups for, like I ate a rib and I had the hiccups for 2 days. That's my body
Mm.
denying it because my spirit is in a different place. But nigga, you still eating ribs. The only thing I've been straight wanting to do is eat fruit and smoke weed. That's it.
Bro, guess what's happening right now? See, we at the part of our spiritual war of Armageddon where I forgot the name of the chakra that's responsible for like you eating and your diet and shit. But
Your sacral.
our sacral chakra is
Sacral.
we having a war right now there too, because it's the Kundalini battles start from the bottom up. Most of us got like we with a significant other, so the root chakra shit, we passed that. It's like you gotta master your diet now, your pride, all this other harder shit, like certain shit. So it's like that's how I'm looking at it too.
Hell yeah, bro.
Absolutely.
And that holiday is also called Purim. You know, it's so crazy that Israel and Iran is going back and forth. One is the Ramadan, one is the Purim. You know, is it's really all the same shit. You know.
Indeed.
And see, the mastering of all these chakras don't mean you can't enjoy life. It just mean that nothing you do can dictate the true decision that your soul want to make. That's what it is. It's like your soul got to be able to exercise its will without you overriding it with lower impulses like indulgences and shit. It's almost like
Right.
it's a root. Yeah, it's like we're here on a mission, and the universe saying you can have fun, but put your business always before your pleasure or your mind over your matter. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
Yeah,
balance.
did earlier. 'Cause usually I'll eat and then I'll fall asleep when you're doing your lecture. I'm like, I can't eat right now. All right, bro, it's going deep, right? Sleep. So I was like, I fucked that.
Hey, you know, bro, you did a stream, man, a couple years ago when the wandering stars were aligned, and Trump was running for presidency. This is a throwback one you had did, man, and you were saying like sounding of the trumpets, and here comes Trump being elected, and just seeing everything that's happened since that first time he was elected. You know, that's crazy. That's probably one of the streams you got to bring back up, bro.
I am, because check it out. Right here, now that you brought up the Trump stream, guess what? Right here go the kicker. The sevens was on point during that time. It was like sevens everywhere popping up in numerology, right? But it was four big sevens. I forgot what they was about. It was like Trump was the 70th president. It was the 7th month. It was like the four big sevens. But I forgot
Right.
what they were. But if you think about it, 4 times 7 is 28, and there go that number again, keep popping up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna actually re-upload all them old Trump shits right now. That's a good time to bring them throwbacks and bring them back out, cause I predicted some shit in them that's actually happening now.
On your flat
Absolutely.
channel, you got your 2017 the eclipse that you did. There's like two or three videos you did on that. I listened to that like a couple months ago. That's the one you got to re-upload. That shit was dope.
Yeah, I'm putting everything I took down. I ain't gonna do nothing but take the little hot spots off, and I'm throwing it back up anyway, man. And we just gonna keep moving. Yep.
Power channel. It's like 2017. That's real dope. If everybody should go and watch that one. You know, you got fall asleep to it, whatever.
And I think like the one I did with the cryo Earth is a school, not a prison, with the cryogenic shit, like with time cop concept, because they talking about that now. Like people in the future, they gonna make them be born in simulations to where they can live out their lives and make their mistakes and shit and kind of negotiate with a pre-reality, so that when they come into the real world, they'll have been to kind of ordered their chaos. Bro, we in that right now. It's
I was
like
gonna say that.
a filtering. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're right. We in the filtering system. Definitely so. You can see how it's playing out. And that's definitely the times we living in now. They showing it to you too in real time. In real time.
That's
Yeah, there are
facts.
in those meta worlds that people are going to be going into with their Oculus glasses, and and sometime this year, Palantir's coming out with their orb, which is a surveillance kind of like not iRobot, the one with Shia LaBeouf in it. Shoot, Eagle Eye.
I was gonna say, bro, even when you brought up that name Orb, that definitely sounds like some shit that we've been through before. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
You know,
Futuristic past AI, we seen. You know what I'm saying? We seen this before.
Eagle eye is also Horus eye, which is Ra, but it's all the same shit. But it's so because the eagle eye relies on seven other nations spying in. That's just crazy that you brought up early in the stream how the seventh chakra is above all the other chakras in the body. You know what I'm saying? But that gives you a clear picture. So it's like they just keep desecrating who we are and what we are. But, it's just crazy, man.
And to go back with the 2-8, 2 plus 8 is 10. And then Donald Trump with his peace thing, he brought the 10 kings together. Bringing peace, and then sudden destruction comes.
Even the world of, what do you call it? The world of peace, his new little group, the 10 nations that's with him, the world of peace.
And remember what they said in Revelation about the beast had 10 diadems on his head. The 10 diadems that the beast wore.
Right.
That's what you. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm about. They give all their power to the one, the Antichrist is what they call it, whatever. And then that goes back to the liberty thing. It's got, it has 7, right? Or I have 10. On the crown, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the revelation seem to be explaining some kind of brain computer interface that's on a humanoid, because like when it's saying beast, I'm always, to me, when the Bible refer to the beast, it's talking about the AI hive mind. It ain't really talking about one dude. It's talking about an individual collective consciousness that's waging war against humans or the soul of the children of God.
Yeah, that's why I kind of flinched when you called Trump the Antichrist, because Trump is literally just a 1 or a 0 inside of this machine, bro.
Right. He part of the Legion hive mind. We are Legion. Yeah.
Right. The one. Yeah. But that's theirs. The one.
Trump is not that one. He is not the Antichrist, bro. He is not the one. No.
Not even close.
Research the other day, Trump's dad and Benjamin Yahu's dad was also friends, bro. And guess what Benjamin Yahu's dad was? His first name is Ben Zion. That's literally his name. Benjamin Yahu's dad, Ben Zion. And then Trump's dad name was John Trump. This shit was just so crazy when I was researching.
Their names are very powerful, and you can go to each name and align it with like the script that's playing out for sure. That's crazy. Even the name Trump, bro, and they ban a family that's acting like the Trump card to the whole game.
Yeah, that's that signature, bro. That's that signature.
Cards in the Illuminati card game too. So.
Yeah. Because like, what does a Trump card do? Because think about this: if we playing spades and spades is the Trump card, that can cut through all of the other suits, and that's literally what the Trump administration do. It undermines every other agency, organization. It's like a dictatorship in America. It's like the Trump card, like they say, Trump.
To tie back to like astrology, and the Trump card in card decks is 52 cards per deck. You know what I'm saying? Like just back to astrology, and we know we got 52 weeks in a so-called year of 365, but
oh yeah, bro, and hold on. I don't know if you know this, but right now one of the biggest games of the year is Balatro. It's a card game, bro, and it's literally just astrology, magic, and it got jokers in it. Like the whole game is about Joker, them Trump cards, bro. If you don't know what Balatro is, you sleeping under a rock, I'm telling you.
You know what's so crazy about the Trump cards, and I'm gonna fall back? Every other suit got to get played before you can play the Trump card. And guess what? Trump is the last president that's like everyone tired of all the other suits that was played. And they like, he gonna be the man, right? So they played every other card before they came with the Trump card. And guess what? When you see the Trump cards being played, we know we reaching the end of the game now. People playing they Trumps, and that's what we see. And then at the end of the game, that's the reset, because when all the Trump cards run out, then that's the end of the game. Redeal them, and that Trump is the last president of the reset. Just like a game, the Trump cards are being playing. When they all used up, people see Trump was full of shit. He did everything he said he wasn't gonna do. Now just wash, rinse, repeat with different characters now. New game.
There is a
Reshuffle the hand, bro. Facts.
Trump might well be the last Trump.
there's a military thing going out. All the commanders are doing these speeches, and it says that Donald Trump is anointed by Jesus to bring on the Armageddon. Isn't that wild?
So
I can
with
definitely.
that,
That's something. Yeah, facts.
you
know
gotta
what's
you gotta
yeah.
go like look at the perspective of that. You know, anytime before any major reset, you gotta destroy before you build. So that's what you witnessing. That first you went through the full disclosure, like with all the receipts, all the facts, all the showing and proving. Now it's okay. Now we gotta destroy that. It's been revealed. So that's what you're seeing now. Then they slam you with the Trump card. Boom.
Yeah.
The
So
Great Reset. Salute.
exactly.
You know, it's
Uh,
like, because the Trump card would be the Joker card. And this nigga literally ran saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna start any more wars," and then start another war. Like,
Come
you
on.
know, you just
and
see
I,
Texas too.
Joker Two-Face, just like him.
Exactly,
Yeah.
bro. You know, a big joker and a little joker.
And,
You know?
and that's like,
Hey, like you
goddamn it,
said,
that's like Israel and America, and we know Israel is the big joker.
Plus, it's a
Goddamn.
distraction too. You gotta remember, it's a distraction from. Remember everything that we was building about and speaking about at the beginning of the year. That when they was dropping bombs on revealing certain things, then it was like, okay, I gotta put up some smoke screens, some mirrors. So you gotta look at the timing in that too.
You know, that goes with what bro brought up earlier. The signs are significant. You know, even with the word sign, that was very, very impressive, you know, and I want you to know that, you know, that's even why I hop on the stream. You know, the
Yes,
signs are significant, you know, and I preach and I teach this shit like the words mean so much more than what we think right now, but you know, because each alphabet is a specific explanation of nature and what's going on. So, man, when you brought up the signs and significant, that was tough, nigga.
Yeah, I
yeah, you broke
appreciate
one of
that
that.
the
down.
main reasons why people fail in life, bro, because they don't look at the signs. To me, like
yep.
driving in life, bro, is just like driving on the streets, bro. If you're not looking at the signs on the streets, bro, how are you even functioning? You know what I'm saying?
And you know what's so
Is that
crazy that you say that? If you put a child in a car, the child will know the basics of like hit the gas, move that, it won't drive it right, but it won't definitely pay attention to none of the signs on the road because the child don't even know that the signs are supposed to interact with the driver. So that's like a person in life, you know, they it ain't that they ignoring the signs. They think the signs is just some other shit. Like they don't even, it's like a baby 2-year-old looking at a Yale sign. They don't know it's a Yale sign that's telling them something to do, you know.
Yeah. Wow. That's in the scriptures too. Life a road full of signs. That's what they say in the scripture. Life
That's
right?
like a
crazy.
road full
Keep,
of
hmm
Yeah,
keep it simple. We built on symbols,
my bad.
signs, and slang. Symbol, signs, and slang. Just like before Big Corp came, you know, you think in ancient times, what was people doing to get money before all these factories and all, you know what I mean? Go take it back to ancient times. We all know what the oldest professions was. You know, people just got distracted and went away from certain things. But when you keep it simple and run it through the basics, you will see the repeat. Now we in the reset.
Facts. Facts.
So now when we need a new foundation, we already been through the hell to come out right. We know what to do, whether
Yep.
we be in denial or not. Once we take full accountability, we know exactly what we need to do. It's really
Man,
not
shoot.
hard. It's really not hard to come together. You just gotta really see who's devoted. You know what I mean? It ain't. It's not about discipline. They keep throwing the word around narcissist discipline. It's about who devoted. That's all you
Right.
want to run with. Who's really devoted? That's all you looking at.
You know what's
And
so crazy?
action speaks louder than anything. Action speaks louder than anything. The
Right.
vibration that you on, you can see that. So that's where it's at.
You know what's so crazy? Because, bro, I love this fucking signs and signification because this is how we used to live, you know, just knowing the signs or the seasons
Yeah.
of Earth, you would know how to
Mm.
act. You know what I'm saying? You can plant and harvest in September. You know, like following the signs means a lot, man. It's like, it's really like the chalkboard. You know what I'm saying, my nigga? You know how the
Yeah.
teacher
Absolutely.
teaches on the chalkboard, but I just following the signs, the seasons of nature teaches you so much. You know, you are the
Yeah.
Yeah.
teacher and the student. But I fucking love that, my nigga.
You know what's
You,
so crazy, bro?
Yeah.
About
That's
following the
fine.
signs and shit too. It's like the signs ain't gonna yell at you like a stop sign ain't gonna say yell at you and say stop. It's just gonna let you crash. Like the
Mm.
signs don't
That's
teach
funny
you.
as hell.
Mm.
You feel me? The signs will let you,
He
like,
dropped
you
it.
feel me? Like that sign will sit there and be quiet and just let your ass fall off that cliff. It's gonna, it ain't gonna say start walking. It's a cliff. Like, and that's where life is doing. Like, life don't care that a person bumping their head. The signs ain't gonna yell at you. They just gonna sit there, look at you stupid till you realize that they there.
Bro, that's
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
deep
that's
as
so
fuck though.
that's
Like
deep.
Wow.
I was laughing at first, but that's fucking deep.
hell yeah, and that's why I brought
Crazy, bro.
the richest man in our time, in our, you know, how JP Morgan said that millionaires, you know, how they, but billionaires is what follows the astronomy because it's so much more. The stars above, it just, it's like as above, so below, man, you know? And it's so
Yeah.
crazy because that's the zodiac wheel, you know, that's the sign. The zodiac wheel is just a sine wave, you know, governed by
Mhm.
Libra, the scales of right and wrong,
Mm.
duality, you know,
Yep.
but that should just mean so much to me, my nigga. When you said the sign is significant and point out significant and significant, sign and significant, that's tough, my nigga.
Yeah, he broke that down. He brought the board in. Then I was looking at
What's
sign.
good,
If
Baghdad?
I can, like the way he broke it down, man, he resonated with the sign. But you can keep going through the word significance, sign. If I can, I was like, wow. If I can, like the
So when
etymology of that, ridiculous,
Mm.
that's also I am that I am, you know, like we can go
man.
there too.
Indeed, I am that I am. Yes,
But
he was
bro,
Yeah.
in the image.
nah, for real, man. That was tough.
E-
That's one.
Everything
Yeah.
recycle back, man. Just like words do it, events do it. It's just energy coming back to the place where it started at, looping back around. That's what I learned with these events and shit. And like, but it's crazy because it's like with words, it can be some as simple as like I think slang is a good example. Like we say we use switches today. and the and
Mm.
the and the and the kids out there, like they got the switches on the guns and shit. And because it's so much firepower on the street, it's really making the line of where do you really want to be out there or what path you want to go? Because this shit crazy now, and so it's separating the real ones from. But that is it's kind of like I may be reaching here, but just
Nah, you're
take
not
take the
reaching.
word switch, right? Remember, we used to get a whooping with a switch because
Right.
so that was to keep you out the street like that. Now
Ah.
grandma, now watch this. The big mama gone. Now the switch is gone, but the gun switch here and it's like keeping little niggas saying I don't want to be in them streets. Them niggas got switches.
Look at the
There's
tie-in.
another one too, bro. Like the word researcher, like you being a researcher. You kept bringing that up today. How you research. This is my research. Let me read y'all from my research, you know. But RE, then you have search in the middle, then ER again, you know. So I just want to show you how the words are even tied into sine wave. You know, you can spell sign as SIGN. That's why I put that in the super chat too, you know, like the sine wave, you know what I'm like? But
Yeah.
the word
Hey,
be
and look,
Right.
I'm gonna fuck y'all
Yeah.
up with this one because I just did my research myself. There are so basically, if you want to run like a basic road or a community or something, guess how many signs you need in any variation. You only need 12 signs. It's only 12 variations of signs for you to function on the road to build a society on the road. 12.
Wow.
I agree with
Wow.
Damn.
it, but to pass the test is 24 questions. You need a pass out of the 36, you know? So that's crazy that you brought that up, you know?
Yeah, because that goes way deeper into like the fabric of the sign system in
Mhm.
general on the
It,
roads that they using that 12 because that goes back into our astrology.
Mm.
You know what I'm
big
saying?
facts, you know, big facts. Even,
Mm.
and it's so great. I just want to touch on that a little bit because just from my job being an engineer, because even when you're passing the railroad, it's an OX, you know, it's also the zodiac symbol. There's, you know, those that separate the zero and the X, or even going back to the cross behind Jesus' head, it all ties back to the sign because the zero and the X is literally the equinox, the summer solstice. You know, that zero and X, you know, it's the sign of Earth, but it's so crazy, the sign of Earth, you know, but damn, boy, that was tough. I can touch more on that, what you just said about the road signs, because
Yeah.
that's facts. That's fact.
Hey,
And and
hey,
you got good signs and bad signs as well. So it's like you
yep.
might have a bad, you might get a like I think the host said it earlier, like you can ignore, you know, the bad like a child wouldn't know if like the sign like what it could possibly mean or whatever, like if it's even a sign or at that point if they're on the road. So it's like you can look over certain signs and it could be a good sign and you look it over, or you could be a bad sign and you look it over, and then next thing you know, life happens. So I definitely agree
And
with
that's
that.
X,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that's called
Mhm.
X to the circuit. You know what I'm saying? This is
Mhm.
literally the god of the system, Ox, Aleph. So all I'm trying to say is all of this shit is also tied into the languages that we speak. All of it.
Yeah,
All of
facts, facts.
Yeah,
it.
you damn right.
Yeah. Hmm.
Everything. And the
Yep.
language is tied into frequency. That
Yeah.
you gotta
Yeah.
remember by us being interdimensional, that's what Sanchez was saying earlier about like the chakra system. That that your energy fields is tied into different levels, different dimensions. So you
Mm.
have it right there. Ooh, y'all done body this, boy. You body this tonight.
Hey,
And
peace,
we're
peace to
gonna
y'all, peace to y'all, brothers, man. Peace to Bruce Sanchez, y'all. All y'all cooking, man.
peace and love.
Y'all making me think
Peace,
about
peace.
the signs. Like some signs are put out there for us to see, but then it's gonna be some signs that's just for you to see. You know what I'm talking
Mm.
about? Like
Mm.
that's how we guide it. when nobody had to tell us nothing. But if we just brush it to the side, like the coincidence, sometimes we scared to be smart. It's like being, as soon as we know we so smart, it's like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Especially if somebody around and know what's going on, and they might shoot it down by usually keeping it to yourself and understanding it, overstanding it, whatever fly talk, whatever you comprehend about the situation. Because you could say, remember the days when it wasn't no Google and the Wi-Fi wasn't really known to us like that. We didn't really think that nothing was reading our minds and nothing like that. It could have been, but we didn't think that. So now we think it can be possible. But it was the times that okay, you wake up and you might need something, you might have something you need to do. Nobody else know. You might read something and it might say a word or something that's gotta send you toward your direction. And the same day you go outside, you speak to your friend, they mention the same word, these words, right? Then you might go somewhere else, it'd be you turn the radio on and the first thing that come on is like saying something about what you was thinking. And I'm trying to think like these are also sometimes signs that we could pick and choose if we want. If you really determine on what you need to figure out, what path you want, you're gonna look at every one of them.
Yeah, I was about to say, bro, you're naming the signs that those are the main signs that you're supposed to look at. Those aren't the pick and chooses. The ones you named is the core ones that 90% of us should be looking for. The shit that's on the radio, the shit that you heard your friends say, the shit that just popped up, random.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
crazy
then
because
in the Hebrew word for sign, like in Genesis 1:14, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, let them be for signs and for seasons. That Hebrew word is OTH, which is oath, which is the word oath, meaning a omen or a vow, a solemn appeal. So that's what I was saying. When these alignments happen, we speaking our new version into being right now. We're saying we're all of the conversation we having is just can be summarized as to us confronting our old version and praising our new version that we see beyond the horizon. You know what I'm saying?
And it's
That's all
crazy.
this is. Yeah.
And
it's
it's
so crazy
crazy.
because
It's,
the
hold
word
on, let me say
oath,
one thing.
the
Yeah, it's
word
crazy you
oath.
call the sign the oath because in the Bible, bro, that's what God gave us as an oath is that sign, that
And
rainbow
guess
sign.
what? I'm glad you brought that up because the word oath is also path. You know,
Mm,
yes, and
mm.
path is Ptah. The ancient god of Egypt as well, Ptah, who's also now the rock that this fucking
You know
church
why?
is built on.
And the
But
signs in the heaven, again, being we in the simulation, our fate is written in the stars. That's why it's an oath or like a contract that's written out, but it ain't written on paper, it's written in the sky.
mm,
Signs are,
and guess what's written in the sky, bro? The synagogue of Satan, which the synagogue is also the sign of so-called God, synagogue.
yeah, I got you. I'm with
Nah,
you
Hmm
on
that's
that.
deep as hell, bro.
Hell yeah.
Well, I
It's
got the 12 signs. 12 signs, 21 questions, 7 chakras. Got the 28 revelations. You add the 21, the 7, we're back to the 2-8.
No. Read the Revelation 28. Read that chapter.
Oh shit.
Bro can
No,
even
facts.
pull that
Sanchez,
up
pull
right
up
now.
Revelation 28,
Yeah,
Bro
bro.
can
bring that up.
he can just
Bring that
the
up.
most favorite verse. Bro can see that right now.
and that go that number 28, y'all
Watch how this
did a
shit finna
good
be deep
job
as
for that
fuck.
one. That was a good
Hmm
job to say Revelation 28. So Revelation 2 and 28. Yeah, because February 28 we bombed. Okay, so Revelation 2 and 28, and I will give him the morning star, a promise from Jesus to those who overcome. Or we in that I can see how that right there. See, it may seem like we reaching, but I don't think we are because
No, hell no. If somebody thought that what you just said out that Bible verse is reaching, they ain't tapped in, bro. Because what you just said was the most profound shit, and it ties directly into what we talking about.
Yeah.
so chapter
Fact.
2 and 20. Yeah, that's chapter 2 and 28 about the morning star. That's interesting, man. Real
Hell yeah,
talk.
bro.
That's number 28.
But I meant chapter 28, bro. It described the beast and saying that
And
no
that's what
matter
I'm looking for, chapter
chapter
28.
28, it described the beast of the system. Literally, Revelation 28 described
Yeah,
the
the
beast
beast
of
of
the
the
system.
system,
No
the
matter
beast of
what,
the
your sign was already written in the
But
heavens.
it's only 22 chapters, so let
Oh,
me
you
see
sound
which.
like you sound like the well, because you know Adam, he's made out of. That's what I was saying earlier, and I understand everything y'all saying too, because every what he read was in Revelation, so that's facts. And well, Adam, he was made. We all made out of stardust of the heavens, right? So Adam is made out of the. He's made out of the stardust, literally. So when you look at the stardust and you look at the atmosphere and you're looking at the stars and you're looking at the alignment and stuff like that, it's just like what Adam is more like he's Aleph. It's it's out like you have the name Alpha. Like that's what it's really that's what it means, Alpha.
Um,
Aleph.
when I brought up
So,
Revelation 2:28, it refers back to even Ezekiel 28. You know what I'm saying? When I brought up Revelation 2:28, bro, it literally talks about the beast and you enduring this hardship because it's teaching self. You see what I'm saying? The revelation, so
mhm.
that's why I kind of brought up, I'm
Yeah,
not saying
even
Revelation chapter 28, but Revelation 2:28.
I believe
Revelation, yeah.
How would you explain the B system? Is it the inverted pentagram?
So
You
so
you
I
can
I would
say that.
also yeah,
No, I
yeah,
was gonna
so
say that because it talks about Jesus also being the morning star, that which goes back to signs in the sky. But go ahead, bro.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and close this one out, but I'm gonna close it out with the whole thing about these tension points. These alignments are tension points. When you get these planets coming together, close, that builds up pressure and tension within the internal. Like, if this make any sense, but pressure ain't bad. It's like what makes diamonds into diamonds. But so the whole thing is these alignments is proof that there's a code, there's a script, and that um it ain't really free will, it's fate. We got the freedom to choose any reality we want to choose. But what I'm saying is we don't edit any of those realities per se, because like in our land here, we in every universe we're everything we're feeling in our heart. So for example, when you close your eyes and you think of this version of yourself that you want to be, that's you tuning into a parallel reality that's in proximity to you right now. Let's say that there are 7 wandering stars around us right now. The feeling you got of like changing to your greatest version is because you're choosing that one right now because 7 are in proximity to you. That's all it is. It's like even when this old version of you pass away with the old earth, it'll still keep going like a dream. Like when you leave a dream, that version of you is still doing what it do. You just left. So that's what the consciousness shift is when the Bible say the old world will pass away and a new world will come into being. It also say that the people who go to the old world, they gonna still experience reality in the old world, right?
Yeah.
What the Bible was trying to explain the fact that we live in a paradox and two realities are true at the same time.
And
People, yeah.
excuse me, that's kind of what I wanted to ask you about. A couple streams back, I didn't want to go off the topic, but you might understand what I'm saying. Like a lot of time when you teach about the splitting of the mirrors and the different the dimensions, if you might
That's
can get
on
some
topic.
clarity
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
because one time I was watching one of your classes when you had the board and my TV was playing at a certain speed and my phone was at a different one. So your timing wasn't linked up all together with my phone and the TV. But what happened was you had said a word while you was teaching, something like let's go back here or something, right? But you said that a few times, but you said a word before that and after that that was different. But at this time you said it, you still said let's go back here at that same moment. So I started to think about the mirror, and we could look at the mirror, and if we're not standing in the sight of the mirror, are we doing the same exact thing that we would have been doing if the mirror was seeing us? Logic might make me say, yeah, but such stuff is so crazy. How do I know that? I don't know that unless I had a mirror everywhere to show me what I was doing on that other side. You know, because
Right.
it made me laugh the other day. A guy had threw some water on the mirror and he was wiping his face, but in the mirror it looked like he was washing up, like you know. And I
Wow.
started to think like, wow, hold up. Is there some way? I don't know. I don't know where I'm going now. I don't want to go too far, but I want to see
But
what you might have thought about.
that's what I'm saying. There's a
Illusion. Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Both of these versions of yourself is based on what you just said. Your lower self is the man that is being influenced by the mirror. Your higher self is the you that, like you said, the you when ain't nobody watching, the you that's like your true self. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at
Yeah.
the example. Like,
Yeah, because looking out our eyes, we wouldn't even know what we look like unless it was water or a mirror or somebody like drew a picture of us. We wouldn't have no way to know what we look like.
and see, and that's the higher self wouldn't even care what he looked like either. Cause think about this, right?
Okay, yeah, I like
The
that.
higher
Yeah.
self is a version of itself that's so busy, immersed in the moment, like the first person experience. It's not rehearsing for it or in the mirror, or you see what I'm saying? Like the whole thing is like if we lived in a world without mirrors, because mirrors are man-made, people wouldn't see their reflection like that. What kind of person would that make? It'll make a person that's focused on the experience versus a world where we all focus on beauty and how I look and my outfit and shit. See
Vanity,
what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I think it'll still be that spiritual mirror though, because like you said, the water is a reflection as well. Even though it's not an outright mirror, I still think we'll have some type of, spiritual mirror.
Facts, bro. The water is mirror is a mirror.
Yeah, it is.
It's a
Yeah,
spiritual mirror,
But it's
we
bro.
just
live,
something
but we
about
live
that
in a
that
world of
yeah.
mirrors, though. So we don't always look in the water for mirrors. So, bro, point was really spot on. Like think about it. We don't just look in the mirror to see our reflection, and even in the water, it's gonna be distorted. But a mirror kind of show you who you are right then and there. You know what I'm saying? Which affects
I'm
your
gonna hit you.
actions too. But hey, Baghdad, I want you to jump back on Baghdad as well another time. And salutes to the panel,
Yeah,
salutes
Yes,
to
sir.
we
Yeah, peace to y'all. Peace,
we
bro
gonna do this some
Sanchez.
more.
Yeah.
definitely
Peace
Yeah.
and
salute.
love to
I,
y'all.
I ain't
I
gonna
just
gotta
want to
get
forget.
hit
up
you
out
with
of
this
here.
Yeah,
Y'all, I gotta
please.
get up
real
out of
quick.
here. But yeah, go ahead.
Salute.
Yeah.
Your higher self projection. Don't forget about your shadow. That's another mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Your subconscious. Your higher
Fact.
self come through your subconscious. So that's your
Finally.
projection too. Like the
Before I
old
before
saying
I
when they
go,
say
Right.
you can't hide
Yeah.
from yourself. That's your shadow. It's with
Yeah.
you everywhere.
You got to
It's
take
with
care
you
of both
everywhere.
sides. You
That's
got
why
to
we
take.
have universal laws to keep that guided.
but see the thing
Yep.
about the shadow concept, and I know I keep saying I'm gonna go, but this is deep, man. And shout out to Nine Ether and to the other brother King Rasta. I think this y'all first time, man. I'm gonna do this some more. Some streams will be just all open panel, but but the thing about the shadow is always beneath you. What if a
Indeed.
person identified by their shadow, right? They would be identified by a version of themselves that's beneath them and that don't properly represent them. And that's like a soul in a body that's identifying by the body.
Mm.
Mm.
So that's
Wow.
what I
Good.
leave with, man.
Hey, drop a bomb on that. Hey, bro, when you
Dig
drop
out.
that bomb, turn the volume up.
I'm about to swap back to the OG bomb, man. We
Yeah,
gotta get
go
That's
to
a
the
together.
cool
original
bomb. That's a
bomb,
cool.
man.
That's
Yeah.
that bomb. All right, you just gotta turn him up. That's all.
Yeah, man. He more
Yeah, yeah,
ambient.
yeah.
Salutes
You
to
know,
you back there and everybody. Yeah, man, be on the
respect.
lookout for the next one. We gonna do this again, man. Fire on round table. Peace and love to
No
y'all.
doubt.
Peace,
Peace to
peace,
all
and
the
love.
scientists, man. Peace, love, and power.
For
Need to be
sure.
around pondering
Sure.
about
Peace and love.